Thunder Cool, how you doing, brother? Grofal, how you doing? All right. Are we good? Are we good? How you guys doing? Are you having a good day? Well, good year. How's it in SA? South Africa, bro. I don't really pay much attention to what is happening in South Africa for the most part because it is what it is. You know, um, if I were to try and pay attention to everything that happens in South Africa, that would be a nightmare. It seems the woke games have stopped coming until Intergalactic with GTA 6. Pringles, don't be so quick to say that. Don't jinx it. I do think in time, uh, I think the woke stuff will end. Maximo, how you doing, brother? I think what's going to be most sort of telling is who's going to be the first companies to wake up and realize, okay, the woke stuff clearly didn't work, because we're seeing it now. You know, we're seeing it happen with just about everything. The Minecraft movie, for example, had a massive opening, but when you listen to audiences don't like that movie. The movie isn't considered to be a great movie. It basically just did well because of its name, which is expected. It's one of the things that surprised me with Assassin's Creed Shadows was that it didn't do well based on its name, because it's Assassin's Creed. The Assassin's Creed franchise has a rabid fan base, a very big one, that really plays almost everything that Ubisoft puts out. So I was very surprised when I saw AC Shadows, and it did nothing. It really didn't manage to get or garner any success. So I feel like if you can't even make a movie like the Minecraft movie work, to the point where audiences actually enjoy it. I mean, I've seen videos of audiences literally throwing popcorn at the cinema or at the big screen in the cinema because they're unhappy with the movie in general. So I can't help but think that at some point, Maximo, yeah, the get woke, go broke sort of mantra still exists. The question now is, which company will be the first to realize, okay, this isn't going to work. We can't continue doing this. We have to move down. We have to take a new approach. And then, of course, there's a bigger question even than that, and that is it possible for us to find another way out? I'll tell you why I say this. I'm not convinced that the talent is there to fix the industry. So it might be that a lot of developer or senior heads and studio heads at developing studios have already realized that this political stuff isn't really working. But you have to remember, games just these days do require bigger teams than ever before. And most of the developers that's getting into these new studios that's coming out of universities for the last 10 years have already been tainted by DEI. Most of those students that got into university in the first place got in because of DEI, because almost every university in the world runs massive DEI programs. We know that there's been a very big push to get more women and people of color into the game space, into the development space. So, and by this, I don't mean that women and people of color can't be great game developers, but there's always the question that has to follow when you see a university, for example, having a DEI program and that DEI program being attached to game design, for example. You have to ask, wait, how many of these developers that are studying game design at your university are actually there because they belong there? And how many of them are there because they fit some arbitrary list of sort of characteristics that was required? So it means that the developers that most of these studios are currently sort of stuck with might be entirely subpar developers. In other words, developers that are, even if the studio heads were to say, no more woke bullshit, we don't care about inclusion and diversity, just make good games. These developers are wholly unequipped and incapable of even making a good game. They have no idea how to make a good game. Because for creative writing at the university, they were taught how to write struggle sessions. They were taught how to write fanfic from the sort of angles of diversity, the angles of struggle with your race or your sexuality or whatever. So they have literally no idea how to make a good story. They just don't, right? And then you have a bunch of developers, art directors and art people that come in that not only are they not really supposed to be there, even if they were to embrace the no more inclusivity, no more diversity nonsense, they don't know how to do that. They have learned how to draw women, for example, to emulate men, because we want to be inclusive and we don't want to make trans people feel outside of the sort of normal spectrum. So you almost immediately end up with a severe problem in this regard, no? Like almost instantly, you end up with a pretty big problem there, which I'm not entirely sure can be solved. I'm not entirely sure it's ever going to go away. I might be wrong. Maybe there is a way for them to fix it. Maybe there is a way, but I feel like you're going to have to skip basically the entire generation for the last 10 years. So almost all devs that came out of university in the last 10 years, 90% of them you'll have to skip over. You'll have to fire them. You have to get rid of them, which will automatically mean that as AAA studios continue to grow, they'll have to downgrade quite a bit. So just by sheer necessity, they will have to downgrade quite a bit in order to make space for, creating games with far fewer developers, because you're only basically able to take developers that are 30 and up, and you can now sort of hope that there are sort of developers out there that didn't necessarily study but are in love with video games and want to learn to make video games. So we're sort of in an interesting place now with the gaming industry, where the industry itself might be beyond what we would call the singularity here. So for example, when we talk about AI and we talk about human integration with AI, there's the singularity. In other words, the point of no return. Once we hit that point, we can't see what's going to happen after that point. And once we hit that point, there's no going back. You're now, whatever happens in the future, you have to deal with that. In the gaming industry, we may actually be at that point where we've already crossed that boundary. There's not enough good developers left. The developers that are there are so woke and so DI infected that they will never be able to make a good game, even if you try to pay them to do it. And so what does the games industry look like from here on going forward? How do you now go? And because it's not lost on me. Look at Hollywood. Look at everything Hollywood is doing. Look at even when Hollywood tries to just make, normal movies, those movies are infected with some kind of DI slop. Even if they're just, even if it's sort of muted, there's some angle of DI slop. The writing on even shows that don't necessarily openly celebrate DI, the writing is almost that of childlike. It's as if the stories are written for toddlers and early sort of teenagers, not for adults. All of this is a result of DI training. All of this is a result of this new bend of politics in everything. So you have, I would argue, you have a point where most game studios won't even survive. Excuse me. There's no hope for them because they'll physically just not have the developers. Take someone like Ubisoft, for example. Ubisoft, more than 50% of all of their developers that worked on AC Shadows, this was the first game they'd ever made. So we can at least reasonably say that about 50% of the developers that work at Ubisoft in the Assassin's Creed franchise are woke, DI infected slop creators. It's all they can do. They have no other hope. They will not be able to create anything else. They can just create woke DI slop. How do you run a studio from that moment forward? How do you fix a studio? Now I know a lot of people are talking about the Tencent deal, and Ubisoft is now going to be able to get rid of a lot of those bad developers and just really keep the good developers. But by its very definition, this will also force Ubisoft or Ubisoft, whichever way, but it will force them to have to scale down their game, because rather than being able to go for 400 developers, they will have to go for 100, whatever's left, right, after the purge. And 100 developers can make a good game, but they won't be able to make AC Shadows, not in a reasonable amount of time. It would be too big. So Ubisoft will have to reinvent, or maybe go back to AC Shadows 1, AC Shadows 2, AC Shadows 3, stuff of that nature. So it's an interesting question. It's an interesting posit. It's going to be very interesting to see how it actually ultimately ends up playing out. Okay, let's see what you guys have to say. I will fix it. The rest can go mine call. I don't know if AI will actually fix it. What is this?
You aren't aware, there's a big strike and movement from Genshin voice actors as well as English voice actors.
No. What? Woke Genshin VA claims her crash outs were AI generated. Oh man. Wow. This is so bad. Like, dude, there's crashing out. Then realizing your crash outs backfired and you made yourself very unpopular. Then you apologize, right? You just go, look, I'm sorry. I sort of lost my head. I got a bit emotional, whatever. What is the worst is when you suddenly try to excuse yourself, but they not just excuse it, actually pretend like it wasn't even you. I didn't do this. It wasn't me. This is insane. Oh wow, John, how you doing, bro?
So in case you aren't aware, there's a big strike and movement from Genshin voice actors as well as English voice actors as a whole, attacking MiHoYo and anyone who is continuing to provide voice acting work for the company because they believe there's no AI protections in place from that company, and they're attacking anyone who's still working with the company very hypocritically because people like Karina, are still voice acting for Genshin while claiming to also be a part of the strike against the company. It's very, very confusing. And if you want some more information, you can check out my main channel videos on this.
I mean, it's pretty easy. It's people who are hypocritical, right? They're hypocrites. They're publicly supportive of the movement while secretly still getting paid because they keep working. It's just hypocrites. The art world is full of them.
The subject, but this individual in particular was someone who attacked the replacement voice actor of someone who was on strike very harshly for their engagement with Hoyo. However, this person made a TikTok attacking anyone covering the situation, including YouTubers, calling them stupid. Let's give it a quick listen. This is the voice of Paimon, by the way.
We reacted to this.
If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union. Nobody else's opinion matters. That's it. And YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors. They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my industry is about. They don't know.
Yada, yada, yada. In my most recent main channel video on this topic, we have discovered that what she's claiming is an absolute lie. The supposed strike is not an official one from SAG-AFTRA. Hoyo is not a striked company, so people...
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Hoyo couldn't even be part of the strike because it would physically be illegal for them to be unionized. They cannot accept unionized anything because they're not an American company. And so, like, all of this was just completely invented and fake. And you have so many people that's lying through their bloody teeth about this. Like, let me show you guys this. Listen to this.
We've lost our shared humanity over a f***ing gotcha game.
The strike is for specific union games, for specific union signatories, for actors that are a member of the union. Games that are non-union, meaning that their companies are not signed to union contracts, are by definition not struck.
Yeah, but the issue is they are, by definition, struck because a lot of voice actors are attacking the actors who are working on these not struck games. Which means that, yes, it's not officially that these companies are being struck, but unofficially, they're still being struck. Because first and foremost, a lot of the voice actors that work on these games decided to also go on strike, as if they have the right to do that in the first place. But then even when these games sort of going, look, we're just going to go get someone else for this, the other people were attacked as a result of it. So let's just be clear about that. This is proper union BS. This is how unions operate. This is how unions spread their influence, by the way. They use their members to basically bully everyone into becoming union members. And if you don't become a union member, you're in trouble.
This means, and I want you to listen very carefully here, if the SAG-AFTRA strike ended tomorrow, this would mean absolutely nothing for Hoyo Games and its actors. If suddenly WB and Formosa, Keywords, all the rest, threw a ticker tape parade and said, we agree to all the actors' demands, yay! Nothing would change for Genshin or Star Rail or Triple Z or any other non-union game. So point number one, please stop talking about Genshin like it has anything to do with the SAG-AFTRA strike. Genshin is not a union game. The actors working on it are not working under a union contract.
But then why are the actors working on it part of this bullshit SAG-AFTRA stuff? They knew from the beginning they were taking jobs from a company that cannot be unionized because these studios are in China and there are laws in China that say that they cannot be unionized. Why are the actors part of it? Making other companies that have nothing to do with this, making their lives hell, having to find replacements, which can be very jarring for anyone that's ever watched an animated series where suddenly they change voice actors and from season 1 to season 2, and now you hear this guy that you saw for the whole of season 1 suddenly a different voice, and it's like, wait, what? Who the hell is this? I don't know this person at all. So yeah, like you're basically forcing these people to do that. Why is that happening? What's going on with these voice actors?
Period. So, why the hell aren't actors going in to record lines for Genshin if it's not struck? When the strike happened, many Genshin actors got together in various disparate channels and decided that now would be a good time to try to engage with Hoyo and encourage them to take some action.
No, a lot of them got together and said, let's get them unionized as well. We've seen the videos on this. There's a lot of voice actors that's demanding that Genshin and all these other guys also get unionized, which is against the law, not allowed. Well, that crazy bitch we just saw in the previous video that we're going to go back to in a second, yeah, that's one of the voice actors for Genshin demanding unionization of the Genshin sort of system. What do you mean?
Could use the momentum, the social momentum of the SAG-AFTRA strike to include Hoyo properties in the conversation. Again, though, It's not a strike, and it has nothing to do with the union. Since this is...
I hate this. Because basically what's happening here is we're playing a sort of game of moving the goalposts. It's a nice little game. Why are you guys striking against Genshin? No, we're not striking against Genshin. Some of its voice actors aren't going to work due to political reasons, but it's not a strike because it's not officially mandated by a union. Yeah, a strike is when the workers refuse to come into work as a collective. That's literally what a strike is. I guess what you're trying to say is it's not a legal strike because a legal strike requires a lot of sort of legalese in order to be played out. But it is a strike, because that's literally what it is. If workers aren't unionized and they suddenly decide we're not coming into work until you meet our demands, that's literally what a strike is. Like, legitimately, that is a strike. You don't need to be unionized in order to have a strike. So I don't know what the hell this guy is on.
This is not a strike. I'm not going to call it a strike. From here
So
on,
what
I'm
is
going
it?
to call it a collective work refusal.
What's the difference? Like, this is the bullshit, bro. What is the difference? It's a collective work refusal, otherwise known as a strike.
Because it's not governed by any one body like SAG-AFTRA. There is no one result desired like a collective bargaining agreement, and there is no penalty for not participating, unlike the SAG-AFTRA strike.
All you're describing is a union strike versus a non-union strike. But like, union strikes aren't the official strikes, and no one else can strike because it's like collective action. Yes, it's a collective refusal to work, otherwise known as collective action, right? I just wanted to show you this because this is the nonsense. This is the lies that's going around from these voice actors about this entire situation. Everyone is just lying about everything here.
People who are non-union can work there with absolutely no qualms whatsoever. This is a social movement from some of these union actors like the voice of Paimon here, who are trying to basically bully people into joining the union. However, in her disgrace and the absolute beatdown she's been facing on social media recently, she has responded. And Gaming Circle Jerk here, who thinks they're actually helping the situation, said this: Karina Boedger, the voice of Paimon, confirms that the Genshin subreddit used AI of her to spread misinformation. Here's the quotes. Okay, by the way, I have learned that the TikTok you are talking about was AI. It was not my original TikTok. So yeah, maybe don't listen to Reddit at all.
Okay, wait.
And some further comments saying, yes, that is AI. And yes, the YouTubers do know it. They just don't care. So there's some claims that...
Look at this person just circle jerking himself by going, and all they care about is grifting, just believing it. Dude, some people are so bloody gullible. They'll believe anything. Like, yeah, this is AI. You mean it's AI that was posted on your TikTok? Now, let me guess. The original video has been deleted. Like, the original TikTok has been deleted, no? Otherwise, this is the stupidest thing ever. Like, you can literally just go to her TikTok and go, oh, but this is the one on your TikTok, though.
That the particular one she's referring to is a AI-generated version that Tectone reacted to, but she doesn't make that clear. Instead, she makes it all about YouTubers who are reacting to an AI fake of her on TikTok. But we all know the original source that everyone's talking about, which is this one right here. We don't need AI when stuff like this exists, and it's way more damning than anything an AI replicant could ever produce. Another desperate attempt by some of these Genshin VAs to
I get what she's doing.
A losing situation for them.
I get what she's doing. Oh, that makes sense now. So what happened was, after the crash out, there were probably some people who took the crash out video, AI'd it, right, to make it more pissy and probably more funny. And then some people reacted to that AI one, and now this voice actor is pretending like it's just AI. The original is not the one that anyone saw, even though the thing that started the whole debate wasn't anything to do with AI. It was the actual one. She haven't deleted it and says she confused with someone else. But what? Dude, that's the worst way to lie about stuff. Like, you're lying, but then you're also not removing the evidence. Why would you do this? I mean, like that what? I don't know what's going on. Like this is the most retarded way to pretend like you didn't do something ever. Oh yeah, it's all just AI, but the actual proof of it not being AI is still on my TikTok that I uploaded. That obviously, if it was AI, I made it AI. Like obviously, it's so bad, dude. She haven't deleted it. Union members will go the way of McDonald's workers, replaced with iPads where possible. Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with unions in general. I think unions are fine. I think the big problem that unions have is there are far too many unions that have become so politically connected that unions have the ability to shut down entire economies if they don't get their way. And that is a serious problem. That is actually a problem that I think will need to be addressed at some point. It's perfectly fine for unions to exist the way that it was meant to exist, where it would be a bunch of workers that work in a specific field, in a specific company, getting together and bargaining together rather than bargaining alone, because it's easier when you bargain together than it would be to bargain on your own. Right. For some things, there are some things where we actually know non-union people are far ahead of the union people. Like, for example, in salaries, non-unionized workers get paid on average more than unionized workers because unionized workers have to be collective. They can't really bargain for the best pay. They have to bargain for pay that would be okay for everyone. So you're never going to get the same amount of pay increase that you would get if you were just working on your own. But even then, there's some things that unions can do really well. The issue is when union and government sort of gets together and now union starts to get a bunch of protections. In South Africa, for example, union protections are insane. Unions can basically do whatever they want. And if they want to shut down the economy, they can do so because my government, the ANC, is part of a coalition called the Tripartite Alliance. The Tripartite Alliance is the ANC, the South African Communist Party, and the CUSATU, the largest union in the country. They're part of the same alliance. They sort of work together. And when the new president is chosen, all of this stuff happens with all three of these parties together. So these unions are so protected that they basically make it impossible. No one can get fired. It's so hard to get rid of a bad worker in South Africa because you first need to give them a warning. Then you need to give them a written warning. Then you need to give them a final warning. The final warning then sparks a review. After the review, you can decide to fire them. They can then literally just walk to the Workers' Commission's office, which is an entire government department. That commission office then starts a process against you, the company, that you then have to go for another review. And once they give you the sort of review papers, you can't fire the worker. So the worker has to continue working while this review goes on, where another hearing is called, this time by the Workers' Association of South Africa, where they listen to the case. And if they decide that you fired this worker for bad reasons, so for example, you cannot fire a worker who isn't doing good work, they say you have to train this worker. If a worker isn't a good worker, you have to train them to become a good worker. You can't fire them for that. There's like a couple of things like grievous harm to the business. So if they burn the business down because of negligence, you can fire them. If they steal from you, you're allowed to fire them. But for everything else, you basically have to pay to send them on training or just put up with it, right? So it's almost impossible to fire people. Once they're employed forever, basically. This creates a massive problem where young people don't get employed because companies don't want to take the chance on employing someone that they'll never be able to get rid of. It's legitimately a nightmare. I wonder, is YouTube messages not getting through? There we go. I think YouTube messages weren't coming through. My apologies, YouTube people. I just realized that the software bugged out again and was only showing me Twitch chat, I apologize profusely. I apologize profusely. Welcome to all of the YouTubers and the YouTube viewers. I really appreciate you guys being here. Worker can always say it's because it's weird though. Because the last time it was Twitch viewers that couldn't chat. Now it's YouTube viewers. Like this thing just decides randomly to just ignore one of the channels and be like, nah, screw them. We don't need to hear from them. It's like, why are we, like, what's going on with this thing? If you do, welcome. Tekla, how you doing, brother? I am using, well, I'm not using, this isn't, no, Restream Chat is the one you see here on the screen. But I'm using multi-chat that's built into OBS. But I might have to find a new piece of software. Because this piece of software is clearly not working anymore. It has happened that self-employed people had been put on blockade for a refusal to join the union against themselves. Well, yeah, the problem with unions are they become sort of little terrorist organizations that just go around terrorizing everyone if they don't absolutely follow the rules, so to speak. Black Shogu, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. What is this now?
Hi, this isn't Paimon, or even her voice actor. I'm just the guy that redubbed Dragon Maid for fun a while back and got yeeted from the internet. This message is for Karina. You are an absolute worthless scab and a hypocrite. You are way worse than most scabs. Because most scabs are smart enough to shut up when they get caught flip-flopping on their principles. You ignored union demands to sign up for a non-union project, and now want to leverage your Paimon Brownie points to strong-arm the company that hired you into supporting a bullshit scampuncy union? Eat shit. You made a choice and you benefited from it. That means other voice actors can and should do the same. You took the job and kept that job while other people didn't. If you keep on sooking about what you think you're entitled to as a voice actor, you'll be replaced by people that don't care about your opinion in the slightest.
This is harsh, but true, and also kind of proof that maybe voice actors will go the way of the dodo bird, which is sad, but, you know, the way they're acting right now, you sort of do go, wait, why would we need to put up with this? Now, there's some problems with voice acting AI. You can hear, even in this AI video, there had to have been a lot of editing on this to create pauses, because AI doesn't really always know how to create the right pauses at the right time. You also have sort of problems with inflections that doesn't always land the way that it's supposed to. Like, inflections can be very awkward and sort of it's human-like, but it's not specifically human. So there's no emotion that's being charged. It's just sort of reading it. You know, so the editing on that side would be a lot harder because you'd physically have to edit reality into it, which, you know, I guess you could do, but oftentimes some of the brilliance is just that you get some phenomenal voice actors. I mean, you get voice actors that can take a normal scene to an absolute Emmy quality scene just through their own voice acting and how good their voice acting actually is. Pete, how you doing, bro? TMB, how you doing?
This is how it should be. Maybe it'll be another person, or maybe it'll be a shitty AI like this one. Who knows? Here's the reality. You aren't a coal miner, Karina. You are very fortunate to have had the opportunity you did, and you've blown it. AI is great for some things, but I'm not unsympathetic to anyone being replaced by AI, except on two small conditions. One, they're assholes who don't do their jobs properly. And two, they're assholes who don't appreciate their jobs or their place in production. You're at least a number 2 here, Karina. A big, stinky number 2. AI voices are fun, but it's not like anyone normal that likes a voice actor in a game wants them replaced by AI just because it can be done. You really have to shit the bed hard to get people to want you ruin this badly.
Yeah.
It could have been avoided. You just needed to have principles, and you don't. Anyway, if you weren't such a snob about being a voice actor, pretending that you couldn't be replaced by a whole bunch of YouTubers, streamers, or AI programs overnight, people might have had some sympathy. If
Yeah.
you bring joy to the players, both inside and outside of whatever game or production you're involved with, people
It's the narcissism of the people on the left, man. It's people that believe that they are the center. It's literally main character syndrome. We have so many people in this world who walk around believing that they are the main character and the rest of us are just the supporting cast. Like, we're just here to make them look good.
will love you and support you. If you go against that, you should accept the consequences. Well, that covers just about everything, I think. Bye-bye now. Paimon's voice lines are in the Vokaroo below. Have fun and keep on grinding, Traveler.
Craven, how you doing? It is entitlement, but it's also... we spoke about this a while ago. You have Jonathan Haidt, who did some amazing work on this. Like, here we go. This guy, Jonathan Haidt, Professor Jonathan Haidt, they did insane work on this, looking at the effects of social media on the mind of young people. And what we see is that social media has a very real impact on the narcissistic personality traits. So the younger kids are, when they get introduced to social media, the more these narcissistic personality traits start to grow. And there's somewhat of a reason, because, okay, so there's two things that you have to know about this. The one is that you have something called a narcissistic personality disorder. This is something completely different, right? Because narcissistic personality disorder cannot be cured. There's nothing we can do. It requires, from what we know at the moment, some degree of genetics is involved in it, but then also a very specific kind of messed up childhood. And that messed up childhood then leads to narcissistic personality disorder. These people are very evil, very mean, very bad. Oftentimes it coincides with stuff like psychopathy or sociopathy, some kind of really bad stuff, right? So yeah, it's like a trauma. It's trauma induced, where you have overbearing parents, abusive parents, an abusive situation that sort of creates the perfect kind of soup where narcissistic personality disorder just explodes and becomes the sort of state. It's very rare. It's not something that happens very often. It's sort of like psychopaths. About 1% of the world population are actually certified psychopaths. But we know that you get stuff like psychopathic tendencies. So these aren't people who are full-blown psychopaths, but they have tendencies towards it. Some parts of their personalities are a little bit more tweaked than others, and it sort of tweaks towards psychopathy a little bit more. And the same is true for narcissistic personality traits. If you feed someone's ego enough, narcissistic personality traits start to develop. And if you think about normal interactions, just normal human interactions before social media, you would find on a playground, whenever one of the kids, their heads got a little bit big, right? So they started to get a little bit too big for their breeches, as the old saying goes. The kids around this kid would knock this kid down a couple of pegs just by insulting them, or, you know, a well-placed bit of bullying gets this kid to realize, oh, I'm not the gift of mankind. I should probably stay in my lane a little, right? Because that's how we sort of figure each other out in society. We sort of bully, and we maybe make a couple of comments, and you break down whatever, you know, if someone is a little bit too hot on themselves or whatever. But you oftentimes see these exact same narcissistic personality traits in, like, the most popular girl in school or the most popular guy in school, where the cheerleader syndrome, so to speak. This is the prettiest girl in school. All the teachers love her. All the kids love her. She's dating the quarterback. Everything just always goes right. Her daddy is some kind of, you know, big factory man or a big business owner somewhere. So life is just perfect for her. and then they become the mean girls, so to speak, right? So that does happen. Not always, but it does happen. Now, social media has created the perfect little storm for almost everyone to become Little Miss Perfect, where if someone says mean things, you can just block them. So what happens is you create this perfect little ecosystem where you only ever get praised. This is one of the reasons I never ban people who are negative towards me. If someone tells me, dude, this was a really shit video, or you were really bad at this, I don't block them for that. Because I feel like it's important. You have to be able to take criticism, because you have to be very aware of the fact that you're not special. There's nothing special about you. You're just a normal person. Now, there's limits to that. If someone is just openly, sort of insulting with no real critical feedback, that I'll just block, right? I don't give a shit about that, because this person clearly just wants to hurt. They're not interested in having teaching me anything. But a lot of people don't do that. You have a lot of people, like a son, for example, bans very quickly. If you say anything that disagrees with a son's worldview, you're banned right on the spot. A lot of other, specifically a lot of people on the left, but even some people on the right do the same thing, where if you disagree even slightly with my worldview, how dare you block? This allows for narcissism to just keep growing and growing and growing. And this is where we now are, with a lot of these voice actors and a lot of the people in the world sort of believing themselves to be the main character. I am the main character, and everyone should be listening to me because you're all support cast. You're supposed to make me look good, So yeah, it's kind of sad, but it is what it is. Which is why I agree with the Archcast. Gatekeep always. Oh yeah, definitely gatekeep. The whistleblower testified that Meta AI. Can you give me the link to that? That sounds phenomenally interesting. I want to watch that. GT Gaming, how you doing, bro? I don't know. I don't like making specific people and making arguments about specific people being sort of narcissistic or having main character syndrome. I don't know enough about Melanie Mac to make that argument. I don't watch any of Melanie Mac's content. I don't really look at her tweets. I don't care, right? Whatever she says and doesn't say, I don't really give a shit. So I can't say that. I can say that about this girl because I actually watched a bunch of this voice actor's videos. And in almost every single one of these videos, she appears to believe that she's special. And she's the only one that's special. No one else can be as special as she is.
Now let me introduce her.
Okay. Wow, this is an hour and 24 minutes. Boys, get ready. Strap in. I'm quickly going to go pee. And when I get back, we're going to be watching the Facebook testimony 6 hours ago. I'm looking forward to this one. Thank you, Doctor. And I'm back. To be constructive, if you're just going to say you suck at this, that's helping nobody and exists only to introduce negativity. Oh yeah, that's very true. She's interested what you do at your own house and leisure. Thank you very much. Okay, so boys. This sounds super interesting. We have the Facebook whistleblower reveals Meta's secret China ties undermine US national security. I have said before that I am quite certain that Mark Zuckerberg is a little snake. I don't know why, but he gives off vibes of a person that genuinely doesn't care about anyone. I mean, if you read his story about how he got started, how he screwed his best friend almost out of the entire Facebook sort of empire, after it was his best friend that paid for everything. His best friend that provided the initial funding for this thing to even start. And he did it just because, why not? I can't help but think that Mark Zuckerberg is just a snake. This newest shift where he's now suddenly on the conservative side, it's legitimately just because, this is where the money is now. And he'll just keep shifting between those two places. Like, wherever the money is, he will go next. If if JD Vance loses in 2028 or 2029, whenever that happens, he'll just, and there's, Kamala Harris becomes the president, Mark Zuckerberg will suddenly be woke as hell again. Zuck only changed his tune because he knows how massively effed he would be. He would have been if the DOJ investigated him. Yeah, but now it seems that investigations will be happening. This is going to be insane.
Now let me introduce our witness. Sarah Wynne Williams is the former director of global public policy at Facebook. She's a former New Zealand diplomat and international lawyer who first joined Facebook after pitching her own job. After leaving the company, she's continued to work on tech policy, including artificial intelligence. Now, all of that you can learn from reading the back of her book.
I just want to know what the hell is going on. Clearly, there's a lot of chairs here. I'm assuming that every single one of these chairs belongs to some kind of senator, some kind of congressman. Like, someone needs to be sitting in that chair. What is happening in the American, in the American government, where these people can just not show up to work? We're doing a very important investigation here. I guess I won't go to work now. It's like, dude, no. Why aren't you at work? You're being paid to be at work.
But there's more to it than that. She worked at Facebook from 2011 through 2017. She witnessed Facebook's rise from a niche tech company to a global superpower capable of bullying nation states. And she wasn't just some mid-level functionary. She worked closely with Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg. She arranged their meetings with world leaders across the globe. She heard their plans for China. She's no ordinary whistleblower, and she comes to tell us not merely about what has happened, but also what is coming. Now, it is our practice, Ms. Wynne Williams, and the Judiciary Committee and its subcommittees to swear in our witnesses before they testify. So if you would, let me invite you to rise, raise your right hand, and we'll get started.
I like this, Mr. Holdey.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. We'd love to hear your opening statement. Take as long as you need.
Chairman Hawley, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sarah Wynne Williams, and I served as the Director of Global Public Policy at Facebook, now Meta, for nearly 7 years, starting in 2011. Throughout those 7 years, I saw Meta executives repeatedly undermine US national security and betray American values. They did these things in secret to win favor with Beijing and build an $18 billion business.
Dude, at some point, the DOJ has to investigate Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, all of these billionaires that worked with China. All of these billionaires that worked with China has to be investigated. Because I am telling you right now, every single one of these giant billionaires throughout the world, they all gave away American secrets to the Chinese. they did not give a crap because from their perspective, China was the new world power. China was going to be the new world power. In fact, I think if Trump really wants to make things stick, Trump needs to ban every single company in the US that has ever done business with China on a very personal level. So I'm not just talking about buying stuff from China. I'm talking about any business that took investment from Chinese firms, because every Chinese firm is a government firm. If you know how the Chinese system works, you cannot have a corporation in China without someone from the CCP or multiple people from the CCP sitting on the board of directors there. Every single company in China operates purely for the advancement of the CCP and their agendas. Every single one of these companies need to be outright banned. And we have Steam OS coming up very quickly. Just ban Microsoft, get Bill Gates out of the business, take all of his money. I don't give a shit. These billionaires sold out the world at the behest of China.
In China. We are
Tencent too.
in a high-stakes
Black Sugar.
AI right arms race against China. And during my time at Meta, company executives lied about what they were doing with the Chinese Communist Party
for money.
to employees, shareholders.
Satomi Logan super chatted $10. Bill Gates for sure, because of how much land he owns but doesn't use. Plus he keeps pushing for us to own nothing and be happy and to eat bugs. Screw Bill Gates.
Oh yeah, Satomi, first and foremost, thanks for the $10. Absolutely appreciate the dono, and I agree with you. I have a special, I am convinced there is a special place in hell for Bill Gates. That dude, I heard Bill Gates the other day. I think we watched the video even live on stream, where Bill Gates said, in so many words, when him and Melinda were starting their vaccine business in Africa, he was sort of worried. He was like, oh, I don't know if we should go the vaccine route, because if we keep people alive, overpopulation is going to become a problem. So this dude was literally thinking to himself, maybe it's better to let these Africans die so that we can deal with the population problem. But then he said he decided against that, and he was like, well, let's just give them the vaccines anyways, because that would be the nice thing to do. Most normal, ordinary people would not even have that thought, right? But then he saw, to his great surprise, when you keep people alive and healthy, they stop having children. They don't have as many children. And that's amazing, because now they're taking care of the problem already just by themselves, and you can keep them healthy because they're not having as many kids. Dude, imagine how evil you have to be for that to be your mindset. How much evil must there be in your heart? Craven XX, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Dude got lucky because he was there at the beginning of the internet, and then got lucky enough to learn it and make a company out of it. Dude got more lucky than you think. His mom was very connected to the government. Bill Gates got... I think Bill Gates got way more lucky than people actually think.
Congress and the American public. I sit before this committee today to set the record straight about these illegal and dangerous activities. Meta's dishonesty started with the betrayal of core American values. Mark Zuckerberg pledged himself a free speech champion. Yet I witnessed Meta work hand in glove with the Chinese Communist Party to construct and test custom-built censorship tools that silenced and censored their critics. When Beijing demanded that Facebook delete the account of a prominent Chinese dissident living on American soil, they did it. And then lied to Congress when asked about the incident in a Senate hearing.
Bro, what?
The willingness to censor was not the only troubling thing I witnessed. I watched as executives decided to provide the Chinese Communist Party with access to Meta user data, including that of Americans.
So, what?
Meta does not dispute these facts. They can't. I have the documents. As recently as this Monday...
She bought the receipts, bro! This bitch left the office with copies of all the stuff that they did. She was like, they won't be able to chalk this up to conspiracy theory. I've got the files. She emailed it to them before she left the office. Oh, this is going to be big.
They claim that they do not operate their services in China. Another lie.
Oh.
In fact, they began offering products and services in China as early as 2014. That hasn't stopped. Their own SEC filings from last year show that China is now Meta's second biggest market. Meanwhile, Meta's AI model, Llama, has contributed significantly to Chinese advances in AI technologies like DeepSeek.
Whoa.
Facebook's secret mission.
Bro, you guys realize the government funds a lot of the AI research for American companies, right? Companies like Facebook, companies like Microsoft, companies like even Tesla. A big part of the funding for these companies from the government, mostly defense contracts, is for the development of AI. So Facebook used American money to research their AI llama and then handed that over to the CCP. Taxpayer money was being used in order to make the CCP more sort of competitive.
To get into China was called Project Aldrin and was restricted to need-to-know staff. There was no bridge too far. Meta built a physical pipeline connecting the United States and China. Meta executives ignored warnings that this would provide backdoor access to the Chinese Communist Party, allowing them to intercept the personal data and private messages of American citizens.
Dude, at this point, the adage, a conspiracy theory, the difference between a conspiracy theory and reality is 6 months, just keeps getting proven true. Like every 6 months, a major conspiracy theory is just proven to be true. It just comes out and we're like, oh, well, Alex Jones was right, I guess. Like, dude, Alex Jones at this point starts to look like a prophet because this guy says something 6 months later. Oh, Alex Jones was absolutely correct on this. How did he know? You know, it's like, what are we doing? Now, to be fair, there are some things that I sort of think about Alex Jones where I think if you throw enough things at the wall, some things are just automatically going to stick, right? Because there are things that Alex Jones has said that has not happened and doesn't happen. But fundamentally, it sort of, you can't help but feel like. So I understand why a lot of people are scared of conspiracy theories, because the problem with conspiracy theories is at their very core, once someone starts believing in a conspiracy theory, it's almost impossible to stop believing in it. Because remember, if I believe in a conspiracy theory and you say this isn't true, there is no such thing, that's just confirmation that this is part of the conspiracy theory. Right? So I tell you, this is what happened. You say, no, this is not what happened. And the fact that you're telling me that this is what happened just means you're part of the conspiracy. Then I can give you evidence. And the fact that there is no evidence for the conspiracy theory just proves that there is a conspiracy theory because you destroyed all of the evidence. So there's literally no way for you to ever disprove a conspiracy theory, because any proof that you could give would just be more proof that the conspiracy theory is actually real to any sort of conspiracy theorist. So I understand why people are very afraid of conspiracy theories in general, but more and more we start to see these conspiracy theories, especially around the billionaire class in America. You know, we have the Epstein stuff. We all know there's something crazy going on in the Epstein stuff. We all know that those files need to become public because I think a lot of people are being arrested. I think a lot of people are being arrested. I heard from someone, I can't remember whose video I was watching, but it's someone who knew Epstein. He was very close. He was like in the circle of friends of Epstein. And he said, the reason that list has not come out, and the reason that list will most likely never come out, is because just about every major politician in every country in the world is on that list. Just about every single one of them. And I remember who it was. It's the founder of Wikipedia. The founder of Wikipedia, he said that. He said the reason that list will never come out is because every major politician in the world is on that list. And the guy who interviewed him was like, how is that possible? Why would politicians even do this? And he's like, you don't understand the nature of cults. Most of these politicians are in, I can't remember the cult, but they're in this cult. And part of this cult is fiddling with children. It's an avenue to greater enlightenment or some bullshit like that as part of the cult. And since these politicians are in these cults, and there's like a number of cults that all play to the same thing, they're all on Epstein's list. Because Epstein was one of the people who sort of facilitated around these cults. And that's why that list will never see the light of day. Because you'll see arrests across the board of just about every major politician in the world. That is scary when you start to think about that. Now, of course, he could be lying, but I'm not sure why he would. Because he is the founder of Wikipedia, but he's generally speaking super quiet, right? He doesn't seek a lot of media attention. He doesn't really involve himself in anything. He just sort of founded Wikipedia, eventually left when he realized that Wikipedia had become way too left-wing for anything that he could stop. And the people who he sort of thought were his friends started to become also like super left-wing and very antagonistic towards him. He just left and he's sort of gone back to his life. So yeah, it's like a wild claim, actually.
The only reason China does not currently have access to US user data through this pipeline is because Congress stepped in. Meta started briefing the Chinese Communist Party as early as 2015. These briefings focused on critical emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. The explicit goal being to help China outcompete American companies. There's a straight line you can draw from these briefings to the recent revelations that China is developing AI models for military use, relying on Meta's Llama model.
Oh, bro.
Meta's internal documents describe their sales pitch for why China should allow them into the market by, quote, helping China increase global influence and promote the China dream. The truth about what has gone on in China matters.
What?
I filed a shareholder resolution asking Meta's board to investigate its activity in China, and I filed whistleblower complaints with the SEC and the DOJ. The measure of how important these truths are is directly proportionate to the ferocity.
Do you guys realize what that statement means? An American company founded by Americans operating in America. One of the I don't think people appreciate. It's one of the it is the largest social media company in the world by raw numbers. There's no social media company that comes even close. Because remember, they own Facebook. They own Instagram. They own Snapchat. They own WhatsApp. Between these four companies, they basically have access to every single user in the world. And their entire, like, they told the Chinese government, you should give us access to your markets because we can provide you with the data of every single citizen in the world. We can help you become the global superpower. I'm gonna say this, but I think capital punishment is the only punishment that fits the crime.
Of Meta's efforts to censor and intimidate me. I relied on their commitment given in 2018 that they would waive their rights to pursue forced arbitration. Despite that public commitment, they've brought a case against me for hundreds of millions of dollars. Mm-hmm. Now, they have a legal gag order that silences me, even as Meta and their proxies spread lies about me. Oh. This order is so expansive that it prohibits me from speaking with members of Congress. The gag order was sought by a company whose CEO claims to be a champion of free speech. The American people deserve to know the truth.
Okay, so she's speaking out against her self-interest. This always makes me believe people a little more. Because there's a gag order against her. She's not allowed to speak. She's doing it in spite of the gag order. Now, it might be that she's hoping the Congress will protect her from this. Don't know if they will. But it makes me believe people more when you know that they're in their ass is on the line, right?
Meta has been willing to compromise its values, sacrifice the security of its users, and undermine American interests to build its China business. It's been happening for years.
Tomorrow morning, Mark Zuckerberg back on Joe Rogan, telling everyone how big of an American fanboy he is, probably sitting there with his American t-shirt. Mark Zuckerberg must be absolutely shitting himself right now.
Covered up by lies and continues to this day. I am here at considerable personal risk because you have the power and the authority to hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wynne-Williams. We're going to have 8-minute rounds of questioning, and I will start. Let me just start with something that you referenced, Ms. Wynne-Williams, a moment ago. Facebook Meta issued a statement again last night saying that they don't do business in China. Now, is that true? Facebook Meta is not doing business in China? Is that accurate?
That is not accurate, Chairman Hawley. Facebook has a $18.3 billion business in China.
Ooh.
And to give just one example, in 2014, it launched Oculus in China with a strategy of playing dumb, and Oculus has continued to grow as a significant part of their business.
In fact, they have, since 2014, 2015, they have launched multiple apps in China, often without, well, always without seeking authorization from this government, not informing their shareholders, not informing Congress, not informing the public. And
Black, she claims that she has the receipts. She claims that she has the proof. I'm assuming that usually in stuff like this, at least from all the government stuff that I've seen, this is handed over to the staff in Congress. They make copies, so all of the senators have the evidence in front of them, but the evidence is rarely provided to the public, right? Because it's considered national security, so they're going to go through all the evidence first, see what can be made public, what can't be made public. So I'm assuming what usually happens is the congressmen will be the ones that show the evidence, right? What that's been provided to them. So they'll show it. They don't ask the witnesses to show it because they had to first make sure that there's not some, oh yeah, we absolutely have a secret military base on the moon that has atomic weapons aimed at China, right? We don't want the Chinese to know this, right? So we need to black that little bit out. We can't show that to anyone else. So they're gonna have to first do that. I'm sure that's how that works.
And now they have employees in China. Is that accurate? They have a partnership with Tencent in China. Is that accurate? Their Oculus VR business is in China. Is that accurate?
Yep.
So tell me this: why has Facebook Meta been so obsessed, if I can use that word, with breaking into the Chinese market? What is this all about?
It is incredibly valuable For Meta,
monetarily.
absolutely.
So we're really.
I think there's an ideological one as well there. It is money, but the money goes beyond just money. Because money is oftentimes a great motivator, but you need an ideological reason for wanting to motivate, right? Something to push you over the edge. But there already needs to be some level of sort of monetary value. It's self-preservation, Black, in my opinion. Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, all of these giant CEOs all looked at the world. They looked at the state of the world. They looked at China and they were like, China is over 1 billion people. America isn't even 500 million people. China is growing militarily. It's becoming far more powerful. Technologically, it's becoming on par with that of the US. And it soon will have an economy that rivals that of the US. And so from their perspective, it was, no, we need to bet on the winning horse. Right? There's a race. America is currently in the lead, but China is coming up to America. So these billionaires just jump ship. Because yes, there's a lot more money that they can make in China. China has over 1 billion people, so you can imagine the amount of money they could make there. But also, you don't want to be stuck on the losing horse as the winning horse goes by. Right? So if China becomes the next world superpower, you don't want to be stuck in America. And China is obviously not going to reward you because China will immediately think to themselves, hold up, you could be a Trojan horse. You're part of America. You didn't want to do business with China. You didn't want to help us out. So we're not going to allow you into our markets because you might be a Trojan horse where the Americans are trying to get back in and they're trying to take us down. So they're doing it ahead of time to ensure that they will be part of the winning team. So they place their bets on the winning team. Now, I would say there, when Michael, when you say all the evidence will be ignored, I would have agreed with you 6 months ago. I would have told you, yeah, nothing's going to happen here. But there's something different about this administration. You see, Trump has identified China as the number one threat to America. Everything Trump has been doing, all of the tariffs, everything is about China. It has nothing to do with the rest of the world. That's why you just saw when the rest of the world came to Trump and they were like, hey, we want to relax our tariffs. We're sorry. Can we talk about this? Trump were like, okay, cool. You know, that's all I wanted to hear, that you guys are willing to come to the table. I'll do a 90-day pause on all the tariffs. We'll keep a 10% tariff just to make sure that you guys know you have to come and talk to us at some point, right? So we'll keep the 10% there just to remind you. But we'll drop the tariffs for now, 90 days. Let's talk and let's see where we can get. But China, screw you, 104, right? % tariffs instantly. All of this, everything Trump is doing is about China. If the Trump administration finds out about this, that American companies have been working with what they consider to be the greatest threat in the world to American power, they're going to destroy Facebook. They're going to come down on Facebook like a bag full of bricks. It's going to be biblical what's going to be happening here.
Really, we're talking about profit at the end of the day.
We are absolutely talking about profit.
Profit and power. Let's talk about what Meta has been willing to do for profit and power. You said just a moment ago that Meta's dishonesty started with the betrayal of core American values, and you mentioned that Mark Zuckerberg has pledged himself as a free speech champion. I notice he talks a lot now in the American media about free speech. I notice he talks a lot when he goes to the White House about free speech and how Facebook won't censor and Facebook will protect the rights of all. Have you ever known Mark Zuckerberg to censor on behalf of China?
Yes, Chairman Hawley.
Let's talk about a few specific instances. In 2017, the Chinese dissident Guo Wengyi suddenly had his Facebook profile shut down. Now, Facebook at first said that this was a temporary glitch. Was that true to your knowledge?
It's funny how Facebook and all of these tech companies always have these temporary glitches that just happen to be really helpful. No? Do you guys not find that interesting?
Super chatted $5. Not to mention the race for AIs, which I have a theory if you'd like hear it. But China is a bigger threat to the world than Russia is.
As I mean, I'd love to hear it. I do agree with that statement. I don't think Russia is actually a threat. I think we can get Russia to be part of the West. I think you can bring Russia in from the cold and you can actually make a friend out of Russia. Because the Russian people culturally isn't that different from the people in the West. There's a lot more commonality between the Russian people in the West than there is between China and the rest of the world. The Chinese, specifically the government, not the people, the Chinese government has a not China first policy. They have a China only policy. They don't give a shit whether the rest of the world burns. They just want China only. That's the only thing that matters to them. So, yeah, I fully agree that China is a far greater threat to the world than America is. Oh, that Russia is. Barry King, how you doing, bro? Putin is the problem, not Russia. I even think you could even do business with Putin, right? I don't think Putin is going to step down or be replaced. Not yet. He's getting older, so maybe he will step down eventually. And there we have to be careful because sometimes you see one sort of head of the snake and you think, well, that's the bad guy. And you don't realize that there's far worse guys that's waiting in the wings to sort of take over. You really don't want these people in charge. But I think you can even do business with Putin. Putin appears to at least be open to the conversation. I'm not saying he will stick to it. You'll have to sort of keep him in line. But you could probably make an argument to get him on board, because here's the one thing that most people don't even know. Russia and China are not natural allies. They hate each other. The Chinese people don't like Russians. The Russians don't like Chinese. They're not friends. They're only friends right now because Russia has no other friends. No one else would be friends with Russia. And so Russia has to go to at least someone, because no one can survive alone. But if America and Europe were to come to Russia and be like, okay, let's put this war stuff behind us. Let's see what business we can do. How about we start trading oil? We start trading minerals. Let's do some business. Let's see how this works out. I guarantee you Russia will jump on that. Russia will be like, okay, cool. Let's go. We're happy to do this. Because they wanted to do that already in the 2000s. Back in the year 2000, I think it was 2001. Yeah, it was literally after the World Trade Towers. You know, the World Trade Center, the tower hit. Russia reached out to America. Putin reached out to America. And they were like, whatever you need, we'll help. It was George W. Bush that said, no, we don't need Russian help. We'll do it ourselves, right? So Russia, for a long time, wanted to be part of the West, wanted to be friends with the West. It was the West, specifically silly American leaders like George W. Bush, that went, no, screw you, we don't want you. And why did they do that? Why did Bush do that? Because if you're going to spend billions of dollars building weaponry, you need to justify those billions of dollars going to the private military contractors. And what better way to justify that than having a boogeyman? You always have to have an enemy, right? You always have to have a guy that goes, well, we need to, because that guy's the big problem, right? So in the interest of making their friends in the private military space happy, they were happy to keep Putin as the enemy for everyone. Again, I'm not justifying what Putin did in Ukraine. I don't want to get into that conversation right now. But fundamentally, I think you can make a deal with Russia that won't lead to that will lead to China being ever more isolated. BRICS, also Black Shagu, as someone who lives in a country that is part of the BRICS Union, I can tell you right now, BRICS' biggest problem is it's a collection of countries that really fundamentally disagree with each other on just about everything. The BRICS Union is quite legitimately a union of necessity. Because these countries hate the West, they sort of joined, right? And Russia just joined because they had no other allies. But fundamentally, all of these countries fundamentally disagree with each other on just about everything. So the BRICS nations shouldn't even bother people. Halo theory, we make AIs into categories ranging in capabilities, mainly dumb AIs that are good for specific purposes, such as infrastructure, whereas smart AIs would be capable of war strategies. Matrix theory, we just keep pushing the boundaries of AI's limits until it just becomes self-aware and turn on humanity. I like both of those, although I don't know if we'll ever be able to get AI to self-awareness state, but theoretically we probably could, right? Well, Boris Johnson destroyed the possible peace deal between Ukraine and Russia in 2023. He has the blood of at least 500k people on his hands. To some extent, I think there's a lot more people that has a lot more blood on their hands. Negotiate in the 90s, they never should have outright rejected him. Yeah, but the private military contractors really wanted their cash. Okay, let's hear what Senator Hawley had to say further.
Facebook at first said that this was a temporary glitch. Was that true to your knowledge?
No, Senator Hawley.
In fact, Facebook shut down this dissident's page. This dissident, as you pointed out a moment ago, was living on American soil at the time. Facebook shut down that page based on pressure from the Chinese Communist Party. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Let's just take a look here at the documents. Here's some meeting notes taken shortly.
Oh, here's the receipts, boys. Here's the receipts.
After a conversation with a Mr. Chow, who's a Communist Chinese Party member, a government official. Here, Mr. Chow asks Facebook, it says to Facebook that they want Mr. Guo's Facebook page dealt with. The notes say that Chow wants Facebook in China, but there are others who don't, so we Facebook need to take measures and do more in such situations to demonstrate we can address mutual interests. And then they go on to list, here's what we could do. We could do nothing, we could say we can do something, or we can do even more than expected, but we need to provide a response to the Chinese Communist Party on what we can do. So here we have evidence of high-level contacts between Chinese Communist Party officials and Facebook asking for this dissident's page to be taken down. Facebook acknowledging this pressure, saying we need to do something if we want to get the party's cooperation, the government's cooperation. And what happened next?
Well, Senator Hawley, one thing the Chinese Communist Party and Mark Zuckerberg share is that they want to silence their critics. I can say that from a personal experience. So I think they came to the right man. This led to a series of events where eventually this man on American soil was kicked off the platform.
So in April of 2017...
do I think the Communist Chinese Party will last? Not if Trump's tariffs are successful. The question is going to be, are Americans able to keep their stomachs? Because you need to know this. There will be a biblical market crash within the next few weeks. That's almost guaranteed. That's what Trump's tariffs will do. It might rally a little bit, but that's sort of always been true. Even with the Great Depression, you saw a little bit of rallying, then a bit of down, then a bit of rallying, and then just suddenly a crash of epic proportions. That is going to happen. That's part of the plan. It has to happen. The reason this has to happen is all to do with China. America needs to outlast China. And America can do that because the Chinese economy doesn't have the ability to survive for a very long time with tariffs. Like, the Chinese are already in trouble. You're already seeing or hearing whispers that the Chinese are willing to negotiate with America. So as long as China's economy keeps growing and keeps going up, and the Chinese government can keep providing cozy lives for the people in the cities, the Chinese Communist Party will continue to survive. The second that ends, the second that the Communist Party can no longer provide the cozy economic lives for the Chinese citizens, the party will be over. The people of China will make sure of it. So I don't think so. I think should things continue the way that it is now, and if Trump's plan works out, we don't know if it will. It could go really bad for America and the rest of the world, or it could go really bad for China and great for the rest of the world. But if that plan works out, the CCP will likely deal with an insane insurrection. They will probably just remove the CCP forever. This is, by the way, how communism in the Soviet Union came to an end. the economic pressures became so great that it was literally impossible to continue being socialist. They just ran out of money. This is what Trump is trying to do to China. Force them to run out of money.
Following these conversations, Facebook takes down the profile, bans it, of Mr. Guo. Then in September, they make that ban permanent. Now, here's the really interesting thing. When Facebook's general counsel was asked about this directly under oath in a Senate Intelligence Committee hearing, he sang a different tune. Senator Rubio asked him directly, was there any pressure from the Chinese government to block his account? Was there any pressure to block his account? The general counsel, Mr. Stretch, no, Senator. We reviewed a report on that account and analyzed it through regular channels using regular procedures.
You know what I would love to see in the US? Just once, someone perjuring themselves actually going to jail for it. Because this happens so often. You sit and you listen to these senator congressional hearings and you hear someone lie outright, like being caught in lies while testifying, and then nothing ever happens. Like no one ever goes to jail for perjury. No one ever gets fined for perjury. It's like, dude, why have the law if the law isn't going to be enforced?
Was this truthful testimony, Ms. Williams?
No, Senator.
It's in fact an outright lie, is it not?
It is, Senator.
We just saw the documentation. Facebook received not just a request, Facebook received direct pressure from the Chinese Communist Party and bowed to it and discussed it internally and planned it and then lied about it to Congress. Let's talk about what else they've been able to do, been willing to do in order to get this access to the Chinese market. Let's look at some more.
Pirate King, even when it's Republicans, the law doesn't get enforced. Now, I know there are some legalese why the law so rarely gets enforced. Because remember, perjury is when you knowingly lie. In other words, in order to prove perjury, you have to prove that the person who told the lie knowingly told the lie. They knew that they were lying and they did it anyway, which can sometimes be super difficult. That's another reason why libel cases rarely, if ever, rarely, if ever, is successful, because for libel, the same sort of standard applies. You have to be able to prove that someone knowingly said stuff that was untrue to hurt your sort of image and your public image. So usually people don't open libel cases because it's so very, very hard to prove. That's why the company's always saying the person who knows the least these hearings. Yeah. But in this case, it's the general counsel. If anyone was going to know what's happening in that company, it's the general counsel, you would think. No? Titanborn, how you doing, bro? Turns out the Chinese just followed orders and kept walking into absolute death.
More meeting notes. Here's a readout of a group of Facebook engineers.
Freya, how you doing?
Offering to create a censorship regime that will allow Facebook to block all traffic the Chinese Communist Party doesn't want. Phase 0, this is an internal chat. Phase 0, we identify all traffic that are currently...
What the hell? Let me just quickly tell me, well, that had to do with the last administration. What do you mean?
Blocked in China, and
thanks for the two, by the way. Really appreciate you, sir.
This is a test for us to see whether we can actually identify all traffic from China. And then the chat continues, yes, good way to build trust. And another conversant says, great stuff, guys, let's do it. What do they give us some context here, Ms. Winward? What are they talking about?
What is going on?
When they say block all content that China wants.
Pirate King, thanks for the follow, sir. Really appreciate you.
They're talking about activating their censorship tools on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party.
So Facebook creates censorship tools that will allow them to assume the burden, if you like, of censorship, where they will do all of the censoring that the Chinese government was doing. Facebook would do it on their behalf. Is that right?
That's my understanding, sir.
And here...
See, this is when people ask me, we had this conversation a few days ago where someone in chat, I can't remember who it was, said, why would I, as a European, care whether China is the greatest country in the world or America is the greatest country in the world. Like, who gives a shit, right? Whoever is the world hegemon doesn't bother me in Europe. This is why. If China were to become the world hegemon, every single type of speech will henceforth become mega regulated. Because all of these tech billionaires will jump ship to China. They'll all go work there. When you use Facebook, you won't be using American Facebook. You'll be using Chinese Facebook, which means all of the tech tools and all of the censorship tools that China loves will be applied worldwide. The issue then, and this is what you need to keep in mind, every government in the world has certain elements within that government that would also like to censor people. Even in America, there are senators and congressmen who would love nothing more than to shut all over your amendments, right? Your constitutional right to free speech. They would love to shit on it. The problem is they can't. We saw this with the Doge stuff, how they used private NGOs. It's like the biggest nonsense word ever, right? But where they use that in order to push through censorship. Because the government technically can't censor, but, you know, if the companies are censoring you, that's fine. So now they wouldn't have to do anything. These companies will already be censoring most things, and since China is the new hegemon, most countries will just fall in line with whatever China wants censored. Free speech will disappear overnight. The ability to criticize your government, gone. The ability to criticize a decision, or a senator, or a congressman, or a member of parliament, or a member of the House of Lords, gone. All of it, done. Never again. Even if you do say stuff like this, you'll very quickly start to realize that the police show up, or the messages never go out. You will be under constant surveillance because that's what the Chinese government wants. They want to be able to see everything that everyone is doing at all times. We already see the technology being employed in China where they can literally block you from even leaving your neighborhood if they find you to be weird, right? They don't like the things that you're saying. Tadia, thanks for the $2. Really appreciate you. Let me just quickly check this. Does Trump plan work with 900 billion date to China? The date to China doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter who holds the date because China can't really dump that date, right? If China were to dump all of its American date, its own economy goes bankrupt. Because remember, China still needs, so holding date just means you're holding basically cash, right? You're holding American currency. If China were to dump all of that currency all at once, well, first and foremost, yes, it will crash the American economy, but it will also crash the world economy. And if the world economy crashes, China crashes, Europe crashes, pretty much all of Asia crashes, all of Africa crashes, because every single country in the world relies on America. Every single country in the world trades in American US dollars. There's no other currency that can take the place of the US dollar. So if China were to do that, so China is a bit between a rock and a hard place. That's why almost a decade ago, you already saw the CCP trying to stop holding that much dollars because the CCP found out or realized that they are holding so many dollars that they physically can't divorce themselves from America. Because if they were, they would destroy their own economy in order to do it, right? And so it doesn't matter how much debt the United States or how much debt China holds. That's not going to be that big of a threat to America, at least not at the moment. By the way, did you see yesterday Trump signed an executive order targeting a specific person? This is complete opposite from the basic of law being impartial. I can't believe this kind of discrimination is made public and applauded. Which specific person was he targeting? The UK does this too. They arrested 2 parents for criticizing their kid's principal. Yeah, the UK is already well on its way, right?
Here you have Facebook employees celebrating it. Good way to build trust. They mean build trust with the Communist Chinese Party, right?
Correct, Senator.
And great stuff, guys. Let's do it. Meaning they greenlit this and went forward to see if they could make it happen. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding, Senator.
All of this, let's be clear, for a murderous regime in China the most barbaric, most evil regime on the face of the planet, and our free speech champion, Mark Zuckerberg, is here with his team of engineers actively working to make Facebook censor on their behalf. Let me ask you this. What about user data, Ms. Williams? Facebook has said publicly many times we would never compromise user data. It's a red line in the sand.
User data has already been compromised. This is crazy. It is absolutely insane, right? It's absolutely insane what I'm hearing here. Do you happen to have heard? Yeah, I've heard that before. There's a lot of sort of stories about invasions happening to force countries into using specific currencies. Look, I love the US. You guys know I love the US, but I think it also, the US did a lot of bad stuff throughout its history. There's been a lot of bad people in charge of the US that did really bad stuff in the name of the US. And that cannot be denied. There have been, and what's funny and what I think makes America so incredibly special as a country, Americans don't deny this. If you ask most Americans, what do you think of George W. Bush? You'll get very few Americans who go, great president, best president we've ever had. Right? Because even Republicans know that George W. Bush was a liar. He lied to the American people, right? It's only Barack Obama that the Democrats seem to be insanely committed to pretending like he was a great president. But Americans understand that their history isn't brilliant. But the fact that they have good people that is trying to right the ship at least should be celebrated to some extent. So, XS Mana, I need to know, why was Sussman Godfrey? What was the executive order about? What was the idea? We can check it out after this. If you don't want to explain, then I'll just Google it. But I need to know what the executive order is all about, because just being named in an executive order doesn't necessarily mean that you're being targeted in that executive order. It could just be that you're naming their actions as a sort of explanation or example of what this executive order is trying to achieve and what shouldn't be happening. So I would need to check. I know nothing about any of this.
We'd never do that. Never, never, never. Was Facebook ever willing to share user data with the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator.
In fact, they had a plan for that, didn't they? Here's some more documents, internal documents. Update, I spoke with the China team yesterday. They flagged a potential complication arising from our negotiations with the Chinese government. I emphasize this is a Facebook document now. These are Facebook executives. In exchange for the ability to do operations in China, Facebook will agree to grant the Chinese government access to Chinese user data. There it is in black and white. Facebook will agree to grant the Chinese government access to Chinese user data, including Hong Kongese user data. And then they talk about they're going to have to get their Hong Kong citizens to re-agree to terms of service so they can slide this right by them. This is extraordinary. Can I just ask you, Ms. Wynne Williams,
it is most likely our data as well
compromised? Do they ever plan to compromise American user data in any way? Do you know?
One of the challenges with the servicing a market as big as China was the internet infrastructure that would underpin that. So I mentioned the cable that they joined between the US and China, and that would be very helpful. But in servicing this market, but it would still mean that the service would be slow. So they contemplated using POP servers, and POP servers as a technical data center that brings the data closer to the end user. The challenge with POP servers is that you can't segregate data. It would have American data, it would have Chinese user data, and it would be on Chinese soil.
So I want to just be clear about this. Here in this document, Facebook is talking about...
So Facebook is saying it's only going to be Chinese data, but what she's saying here is, well, effectively, if you're going to share data, you're just going to share all data. Like, Facebook isn't specifically going to sift through the data and be like, okay, this is Chinese data, this is American data, we need to keep this data safe. They're just going to make all data available to the CCP regardless, right, of what? Dude, this is nuts. This is insane. Holy crap. Freya, how you doing, by the way? Hi, Starkins, how you doing, sir? Beers, your friend, how you doing, sir?
Making Chinese user data available to the Chinese government because they're going to store that data in China. Is that correct?
Correct.
But when you store that data in China, Americans who exchange messages or other information with Chinese Facebook users, that would mean the Chinese government could get access to the American data as well. Is that correct?
Through the POP servers, potentially, yes.
And Facebook was willing to take that risk?
Yes, there was a lot of discussion about this, and ultimately, yes.
I mean, this is extraordinary. This is exactly contrary to what Facebook has represented for years. Willing to build.
See, and because of how they're going to be doing it, they don't need a TOS update for America. Because they're not telling Americans, because they're not trying to share American data. It just so happens that American data will also be hosted in China. So the data will be available to the CCP.
Build data centers, store data in China. They are willing explicitly to give the Chinese government access to it. And if that means that American user data is also compromised, they're willing to do that too.
So here is, by the way, how I know this is not an empty meeting. Because when we started this, many people were like, nothing will happen. You'll see. This is just Congress being Congress. A few weeks ago, maybe like a week and a half ago, there was a bill that was introduced to Congress. The bill was specifically about South Africa and the potential sanction of South African leaders, as well as the refugee program for South Africans going through Congress and being ratified into law. According to a Washington insider, I watched the program while I was cooking the other night. From a channel here called Biz News, they spoke to a Washington insider that said there is currently within the Republican camp a sort of unification. Almost every single Republican senator and congressman are united on one goal, and that is target the enemies of the United States of America with everything you've got. South Africa has been identified as an enemy of the United States of America because of our ties to Iran, because of our ties to Hamas and Hezbollah, as well as our ties to Russia. So South Africa made itself the enemy of America in that way, and also our ties with China. And China is obviously a great threat. So you're going to see, I think, within the next year or two, a lot more of this, where the GOP is now going to be going after every single enemy of the United States with a vigor, right? Because this is the point. This is everything Trump is doing. The plan, at least if I'm going to be speculating, now forgive me for this because this is just speculation. I think Trump and Vance and RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and even Vivek, I think there was a master plan laid out. So I'm okay. If you guys understand the strengths and weaknesses of dictatorships and democracies, the biggest strength of a dictatorship, it has a lot of weaknesses, but it has one big strength, and that is dictatorships are able to do long-term plans. Because you're a dictator, you're not going to get voted out. So you can do a 10 or a 20 or a 25 or a 30-year plan, and you can put stuff in motion to achieve that very long-term plan. Democracy doesn't really allow for super long-term plans because you don't know who the next president is going to be. And the next president might just stop your plan, and then you're screwed, right? So from what I'm seeing, the Trump team started with a long-term plan for America. Trump is the president now. Trump's job is to sort out the enemies of America, remove the enemies of America. Vance's job, should he take over from Trump, is to continue to build the American or rebuild the American empire into its former glory. Then you have Tulsi, and she has a specific part of the plan that she has to follow. And then you probably have Vivek that has a specific part of the problem or of the plan that needs to be followed. So it seems like there's like this giant sort of chain reaction that is meant to happen with each consecutive leader following the exact same plan. They're all playing from the same playbook. They're all moving in the same direction because they all believe the exact same stuff. They're all on board with what the plan may be. That seems to be what we're playing into, and it seems like the Congress and the Senate, on the Republican side at least, have bought into this. They've said, sure, let's do this. Let's see what we can do with America now with this new plan. Obviously, huge speculation on my part, but all the signs appear to be there.
For profits in China, there was virtually nothing they weren't willing to do. Chairman Grassley?
And I'm only sitting over here because of your chart. I take very seriously adversaries having access to critical technology such as artificial intelligence, and I noted in my opening statement you made allegations about Meta's efforts to help China's government in that field. In your opening statement, you said that Meta's goal was to help China outcompete American companies. Can you explain why they would want to do this, and is there any documentation on that point?
Thank you, Senator. They saw, I guess, part of the value proposition that they could provide the Chinese Communist Party was their expertise in helping Chinese officials. So they explicitly, and I would be happy to provide you with the documentation, called out U.S. firms. They said, we can help you, China, not have to rely on firms like Cisco or IBM, because we can help you with the technical expertise. So they were offering on, things like how to build more efficient data centers, or how to ensure that engineers could better understand.
You snake, Zuck!
Technology like photo tagging.
What a snake!
And by the way, that documentation would be appreciated. What was Meta's ultimate goal when they briefed Chinese government on artificial intelligence technology, and what information and technology did they provide?
So I think it links to this value proposition. Meta has some of the best minds of a generation. They've employed the smartest graduates working on cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence.
Oh yeah, Beer's your friend. Every country is affected, yeah.
If you're the Chinese Communist Party, to teach you about these technologies than Meta. In terms of understanding the extent of this, I think this is a really great area for your investigation.
Now that Facebook has changed its name to Meta, is Meta currently providing the Chinese government with access to artificial intelligence technology?
So it's been well reported that Chinese researchers have used the Llama model both for AI weapons and also that Llama is part of what powers DeepSeek.
Bro, now you're getting into like serious shit. If your AI is involved in Chinese missiles, in missile systems, in surveillance systems, in satellite systems, not only did you sort of break the law a little bit, you're literally helping the enemy be capable of defeating America. Dude, this is treason. If this actually turns out to be true, Zuck is going to be charged with treason. And deservedly so.
Please describe for the committee how Meta planned to share data from American citizens with the Chinese government. And for example, did Meta have any agreements with the Communist Chinese government to provide them with the data? And if so, do they still have those agreements, as far as you can tell that you've been gone from the company?
So part of the challenge, as I mentioned, was building like the internet infrastructure to support their China ambitions. And it was through that internet infrastructure that they would gain access to potentially American citizens' data. I think, again, this is another very good area to investigate and get further information directly from the company.
Who at Meta facilitated these conversations, and what officials in the Chinese government did Meta staff meet with?
So there were many meetings between the Chinese Communist Party and Meta. So right from the top, Mark Zuckerberg met with Lu Wei. There were lots of visits back and forth between Beijing and Menlo Park. There were lots of meetings with senior Politburo, senior CCP members, and I'd be happy to provide more documentation on this to the committee.
Okay. Then my
Zach, how you doing, bro?
question follows on where Chairman Hawley left off. If there's anything that you can add to this, you don't have to repeat what you told him, but describe to the committee how Meta planned to share data from American citizens with the Chinese government and for I don't think I'm going to ask that question. I think you covered it well.
I just want to say, man, who's voting for these people? Like, look at this guy. He should be retired, sitting on a beach somewhere, maybe go on a cruise. Like, this guy should not be in government anymore. Like, holy shit. I get that a lot of senators are super old and crap, but come on, at least get someone that knows what the internet is. Rat-Eye, how you doing, bro?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Thank you for being here. Thank you for these questions.
There's
Ms.
no one
Williams,
else.
Can I just
Just
go back
two guys.
to something you said a moment ago in response to Senator Grassley, and maybe let's just start at the beginning. So is it your testimony that Facebook executives and employees cultivated relationships with members of the Chinese Communist Party?
Absolutely, Senator.
And this happened over a period of years?
This happened over many years.
And did members of the Facebook executive team or other employees at Facebook, Meta, ever brief members of the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, Senator, regularly.
Exchanged information with them?
Yes, Senator.
What are some of the topics that they covered in these briefings?
I mean, it's incredibly broad. So you had meetings at the top executive level, so Mark and Cheryl, and you had meetings, all the way down to, regular engineers who would be providing briefings on cutting edge technology like facial recognition, which is obviously very helpful to the Chinese Communist Party. Facebook Live, as I mentioned, photo tagging, internet infrastructure, so how to build effective data centers. Facebook has a project called the Open Compute Project, which has 5 Chinese companies as a member of it. So it was at every level on every aspect of
bro's chilling out with his art degree. I don't know.
That Facebook has.
Like, how do you walk into the optometrist and walk out with those glasses and think, man, I look good? Like, holy shit, look at me. This is the future. Trump, for example, doesn't need money at all. He knows his work is needed. Are they talking about treason by Zach? Yes. So this entire thing, dude, I'm stunned. I don't even know what to say. Because I'm listening to this lady basically tell me that not only did Mark Zuckerberg commit treason against the United States of America, but Mark Zuckerberg and Meta is directly responsible for the oppression of the Chinese people. The fact that today the Chinese government has the ability, they have cameras pretty much everywhere that know exactly who you are. Facial recognition is everywhere. If you say stuff, tweet stuff, even speak about stuff that the Chinese government doesn't like, they can deny you every single type of access there is. They can literally confine you with technology to your neighborhood. You can't take the bus, you can't take the taxi, you can't go by subway. You literally cannot leave because you have a social credit score that is too low because you said some stuff. They can literally isolate you from your friends because if you have a low social low social credit score and other people are talking to you, that can affect their social credit score. So people don't want to talk to you because your social credit score is too low. Mark Zuckerberg is directly responsible, if allegedly, for the suffering and the control of the Chinese people. This is nuts.
You testified a moment ago that one of the things that part of their value proposition to China was that they would help them, Facebook that is, would help China outcompete other American businesses. Can you just say more about that? I mean, that seems like an extraordinary thing to me. Here you have an American company going to our chief foreign adversary, on whom we currently have tariffs of like 10 billion%, and saying, hey, we'd love to help you, but we would love to help you beat all of these other American...
You just see that stopper in the background just going like, 10 billion%, let's go. Maybe that's where it's going. Maybe tomorrow morning, Trump wakes up and he goes, right, I like Mr. Hawley's, I like Congressman or Senator Hawley's idea. 10 billion% tariffs from this moment forward on Chinese goods.
American companies. That's extraordinary. I mean, what can you tell us about that?
I mean, I'd be happy to provide the documentation. I mean, literally the documents in which they were writing this were called our value proposition to be put before the CCP.
So was information related to artificial intelligence part of these briefings? I know you said that there were some sort of informal discussions, but did Facebook actually brief members of the CCP on artificial intelligence, to your knowledge?
Yes, Senator.
And again, was that a once-off, or was this a regular thing?
Senator, I think this is a great area of investigation for your committee.
So why would, you were at Facebook a long time, why would Facebook want to help China with artificial intelligence? I mean, what is the point? What's the strategy there, do you think? What do you divine the intent to have been?
I think there are lots. So I think we've talked about the general focus of the company of wanting to help China. You know, this is over a period of time where China was rapidly trying to increase its own technological expertise and trying to grow, grow its own homegrown technology company. So it's incredibly valuable to have the brightest minds in the world show you how that technology works, if that was. And then I think at the moment, as you're aware, there's a debate in the AI community around whether open source models or closed models are more appropriate. And one of the considerations around that is national security. But it's not clear at this moment whether open source models or closed models will ultimately prevail. And there's a lot of money on the line. In some ways, you could say, it's helpful, if you want open source to prevail, to have a strong threat from a Chinese model, so that you can say it's really important that America wins this, and we are the American open source option. And I think you can see the way that strategically plays out.
So what you're saying is Facebook's AI model, Llama, I think it's called, that's an open source model, is that right?
Correct.
And I think they just released Llama 4 or something just recently, the last few days. So that's an open source model. Many of the other American competitors, Sam Altman's company, for example, OpenAI, is a closed sourced model, closed source code. Mm-hmm. So Facebook has a fundamentally different take, an open source model. They're briefing the Chinese government, including CCP officials, on this model, on their information. And then we get the revelation of DeepSeek just a few months ago. China's sort of breakthrough on...
Yeah, so the problem here, because I saw someone say Llama is open source. The problem isn't Llama. It's not that Facebook shared Llama with the CCP. It's that Facebook taught the CCP how to build their own artificial intelligence. And then taught the CCP how Llama can be implemented into weapon systems, into, at least allegedly according to her, into weapon systems, into systems of censorship. Basically, they helped the CCP understand how to build better AI. That's effectively what this is playing out. Zach, I don't know if she's shady. She claims she has the receipts, and she shared it with Hawley. He showed it earlier. I don't know. I don't find it hard to believe. When you look at Mark Zuckerberg, I can't help but just go, this dude looks like the kind of person that has only loyalty to himself. He has no qualms with literally selling out his own country if that makes him richer. if that gives him more power. Like, that's all he cares about, power and money.
Do you think that Llama had something to do with DeepSeek? Do you think that information sharing helped lead to DeepSeek?
I think it's been widely reported that the DeepSeek model is in part based on Llama.
And so just playing this out, if China's DeepSeek model, another open source model, I think, right, becomes the chief competitor to these other models in the United States, what you're saying is that it stands to reason, and this is something for us to look into certainly, but it stands to reason that in a way Facebook would benefit from that, because you've got this threat in DeepSeek. Facebook is the only other really major American open source model out there. The others aren't built on that platform. So, Facebook's, their profile is raised, the significance of their model is raised, and maybe they become more important.
Daenerys, if China were to win the hegemonic battle, which happens when two superpowers collide, yeah, I think if China were to win, it would allow for a lot of the worst actors in the world to become very powerful and to ultimately become leaders within every single country. As I said earlier, every country in the world in its government has people that don't like free speech, that would prefer if free speech was very limited, if not completely removed. Because remember, free speech creates chaos. Freedom creates chaos. You have to understand this. These people aren't coming at it from just, we want to be mean and evil. Freedom creates chaos. If you can control people, you minimize chaos, which allows for you to basically, at least theoretically, have a society that always gets better. Remember, the Soviet Union or communism didn't come into power because they were trying to make people poor and die of hunger. They genuinely believed by removing freedom, by pushing people into the direction that the government decides, you will be able to build what is commonly referred to as utopia. You'd be able to build that, right? The results of communism is because you physically can't. When you remove the chaos, the system becomes too big to actually control. No one entity can control a system that big, at least not effectively. So you create a number of other problems that eventually leads to a complete collapse of the system. The CCP has been able to utilize technology to a very great extent to maintain that level of control over its people. And then, of course, with the help of the free world, because unlike the Soviet Union that refused any help or input from the rest of the world, the CCP are more than happy to take what it needs from the rest of the world and still control their own systems to some extent. So that's allowed them to exist for a little bit longer than what the Soviet Union could go for. But yeah, fundamentally, if the CCP becomes the hegemon, you will very quickly see almost every country in the world become a lot more censorious. And I do believe you'll eventually get to a place where if you want to join a chat room, you would have to give your ID and your ID number. You'd have to use your real name. This was something that actually, I believe it was Facebook that flirted with it. No, it was Blizzard that flirted with the real name or real ID for quite some time, right? Where for a bit, they tried to use people's real names whenever you posted on the forums. This created a nightmare situation. So there's a lot of people who really aren't good people who would definitely try to remove things by implementing social scores and all the rest of it.
Important than ever. I mean, does that stand to reason?
I think it's a winner-takes-all situation, and I think that would set up Meta in a very strong position.
And as usual with Mark Zuckerberg and Meta, they intend to win and take all. Senator Blumenthal, if you're ready, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. In order to operate in China, the Communist Party requires American companies to register with authorities and host servers inside the country. And I think it's pretty well known that Chinese law requires that security services are allowed access to any data hosted within the country. Did any of Facebook's security team or its engineers raise concerns to management about Americans' private information being exposed to Chinese spying?
Yes, Senator, they did.
And how did they do that?
They documented their concern in a number of ways. They noted that this would happen, that the Chinese would get access to the data, and they also noted their concern in other discussions and other documentation, saying, my red line as a security engineer is to not be comfortable with this, but my red line is not Mark Zuckerberg's red line.
Maybe you can explain what you mean by that.
The engineer was saying that they were not comfortable with the way the China project was structured that would allow the Chinese Communist Party to potentially access American citizens' data. But in saying that, they noted that, that's a red line for me as a security engineer. That's not Mark Zuckerberg's red line.
Did you sense he had any red line?
No, I don't think so.
I did not.
If he did.
Oh, man. Zuck is gonna burn if this turns out to be true. Zuck is screwed. Like, so badly screwed, bro.
You don't know what it was?
I don't.
If you have more information related to these spying risks, would you be willing to share it with the committee?
I would, Senator.
And Mark Zuckerberg was knowledgeable about the planning, and do you know whether he was knowledgeable about the risks as well?
My understanding is that the risk is the hardest part of the plan, so it's unthinkable that he was not aware of the risk.
Nothing happened here without his approval and knowledge.
This was a project unlike any other project I worked on during my time at Meta, in that it was so centrally led by Mark Zuckerberg, and he was so personally invested in this project. He learnt Mandarin. He traveled to China more than any other country. He had weekly Mandarin sessions with employees. It's hard to overstate how different this project was to any other project I experienced in my many years at the company.
So there would be no credibility to his denying that he knew about the risks, he knew about the concerns raised by his engineers and his China team, and he was intimately involved in not only the planning and the engineering, but also in taking those risks.
Senator, he was traveling to Beijing.
Listen to how they're slowly but surely building their case, because they know he's going to come in next. They're going to be pulling him in soon. And they're building their case effectively to say, dude, we know that you had to have known. There's no way that you could not have known. This is dangerous on so many levels. Oh, yeah, this is. I don't think he's a member of the CCP, but I think he... You know what would be absolutely biblical? If we find out tomorrow morning that Mark Zuckerberg has fled to Beijing. He got onto his private plane and just flew to Beijing, and now he's staying there because he realized, shit, this is bad, bro.
In the documents submitted to the subcommittee, Facebook appears to have been willing to provide the data of users in Hong Kong to the Chinese government at a time when pro-democracy protesters were opposing Beijing's crackdown. Is that impression correct? And how did Facebook treat Taiwan or Hong Kong?
So that impression is correct. One of the more surprising things is that as part of the censorship tool that was developed, there were virality counters. So anytime a piece of content got over 10,000 views, that would automatically trigger it being reviewed by what they called the chief editor. What was particularly surprising is that the virality counters were not just installed, but activated in Hong Kong and also in Taiwan.
Wow.
Let me ask you.
Basically, to social engineer a system whereby if someone made a post that was anti-China or wanted to highlight what China was doing, the second that post got 10,000 views, which isn't hard, posts can get thousands of views very quickly, it would automatically trigger. They would automatically review it if they found that that post was not in line with the one China vision. That post would most likely be deregulated, and we know how successful they are at deregulating a post, right? You had the Hunter Biden story, which, according to Facebook themselves admitting this, they were able to kill that story on Facebook without removing the post. The post would just have no reach. No one would see it. It would not show up in anyone's feeds. You wouldn't even know that your post was actually being deregulated or deprioritized. It would just happen. And there would be nothing you can do about it. Dude, okay, so China literally using Facebook to control and censor so that so that they could basically win public favor.
I raised in my remarks.
It's the same problem with TikTok, by the way. Like, most people don't even know this, and TikTok has admitted this. I don't know if stuff has changed since, but about 2 years ago, TikTok admitted that virality on TikTok is handpicked. TikTok decides who to make viral. Like, a lot of it they do allow to just be organic, but if someone, say, for example, a super far left person that's very anti-America, if they start making videos, the TikTok staff could go in and literally boost the post. And they would do it. They would see a post and be like, oh, we're going to boost this. And they would just make that person go viral almost overnight. Now, if they have the ability, and they do actively utilize the ability to push certain posts, and it stands to reason, the natural extrapolation, they also throttle posts. If you say things that isn't to their liking, they'll just throttle those posts, get rid of them.
And I know that a number of other colleagues did as well, the record of misrepresentation and deceit. One of our former colleagues, Senator Leahy, asked Mark Zuckerberg in 2018 whether Facebook would comply with Chinese censorship and surveillance demand. He even asked if Facebook had built censorship tools to enter the Chinese market, and Zuckerberg responded, I'm quoting, "Because Facebook has been blocked in China since 2009, we are not in a position to know exactly how the government would seek to apply its laws and regulations on content were we permitted to offer our service to Chinese users." Ms. Williams, was that accurate?
That is not accurate. Hundreds of decisions had been made, and by 2018, they'd been in dialogue directly with the Chinese Communist Party for 4 years.
Wow.
The fact is, by 2018, Facebook built, it even turned on censorship and surveillance tools that it developed for Chinese security officials, correct?
But listen how scaly Mark Zuckerberg is. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't say that they absolutely didn't. He says, we're not allowed to operate in China. And so obviously we can't build stuff because Facebook isn't allowed in China. But remember, just because Facebook isn't allowed doesn't mean you're not building stuff for them. It doesn't mean that it couldn't have a different name. You're involved with a social media company in China. You just don't call it Facebook.
It developed, and those Chinese Communist Party officials tested the censorship tool and would give feedback and say, this needs to change, or we need this, or we need...
Mason, it's a bit harder than that. It's a lot wilder than that. So according to her testimony, not only did Facebook effectively give out shit tons of secrets to the Chinese, Facebook's Llama AI is inside Chinese weapon systems. Chinese weapon systems are using Facebook AI as part of their AI targeting systems and all the rest of it. Facebook taught the Chinese how to build greater censorship tools. They built into their own platforms censorship tools that the Chinese government could literally access at any given point in time. User data would be shared across the board, including that of American citizens and citizens of the world, where the CCP would be able to see everything from everyone, all sort of using silly little loopholes that they were able to jump through without having to change the TOS in any way, shape, or form. So her testimony effectively rises to the point of treason. Not just that Mark Zuckerberg sort of worked with the Chinese government, he actively committed treason against the United States of America through this work.
Need confidence that you can capture images and
Jody B,
filter
not at the moment, but maybe.
You know, we talk a lot about 1984. Facebook developed a virility.
Is this guy Democrat, or why have I heard a certain Blumenthal Democrat? Was he Democrat or is he Republican? I'm not sure. But I do think this is probably a bipartisan issue. You'll probably get a lot of Democrats also that's on the side of this. It won't just be a Republican issue. Guys, let's take 5-minute break. Go make some drinks. Go get a coffee. Do whatever you need. I need to pee, right? So I'll be right back. I drank like 2 liters of water before the stream started, so I had to go. I have to go now. What is his full name? I don't know. Mr. Blumenthal. I don't know. Well, isn't it Sidney Blumenthal or something? I don't know. Right? I'm not sure. But why am I saying Sydney? Why is that the name that sticks in my head? Don't know. The senators on the right of the screen are Democrats. Wow, so they flip it. From their perspective, it's on the left, though. Richard Blumenthal. All right, there we go. So Dick Blumenthal. Makes sense. But I like his questioning. His line of questioning is very intelligent because it sets up the next leg of this investigation pretty nicely. All right, take a break, guys. 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
How do you do, fellow kids?
All right, boys, I'm back. All right, is everyone back? Can we start again? Brando, how you doing, brother? Jody B, how you doing, sir? Pete, how you doing? Trickstar, how you doing? Z Vengeance, how you doing, sir? We never left. Dude, I told you to go get a drink. Why aren't you listening? Well, why aren't you paying attention? All right, let's get into this, shall we? Mason, how you doing, sir? Beer's your friend. How you doing, sir? I already had a drink. Matt Stanford. I don't know if I said hello to you already, but how you doing, brother? I've been here for 2.5 hours, bro. Yeah, but I don't think I said hello to you. No, broski, been hooked on that schedule one. Schedule one's so fun. It is so fun. It really is. You didn't wash your hands? I did wash my hands, Florius. I always wash my hands. And how you doing, Florius?
Counter tool that directed any posts of
My
over
apologies, sir.
10,000 views to be reviewed by.
Oh, crap. Novotic.
Novotic, super chatted $20. If this is true, this is a bigger story than Epstein or JFK files.
Novotic, I actually agree with you. Because the Epstein and the JFK files. So the JFK files, I'm not entirely sure of a lot of things that are going to be sort of revealed there that we don't already just kind of know. The Epstein files, I think, is a massive story in terms of really bad people needing to pay for their crimes. This is genuinely a story that can have very real impacts on the situation in the world, right? America and who America is, and America's ability to stay ahead of China, an enemy that genuinely would like nothing more than to take down the United States. So yes, in that regard, I fundamentally agree with you. This would be, I think, one of the biggest stories. But what I'm hoping for, if this turns out to be true, my biggest hope is that this triggers a massive investigation into every single billionaire in the world. Every single one. If you're a billionaire, your businesses, if you ever had anything to do with China, your businesses go straight under investigation to find out if you sold out the world to China. Because, yeah, I sort of have a big problem in China, but also thank you for the $20, dude. Really appreciate you. Thank you. All right.
By an Orwellian named
Tolgeese, how you doing?
quote unquote chief editor.
Lord Chaotic, how you doing, sir?
That's correct.
Z Vengeance, the problem with the RAM is a known YouTube problem. It's also a known Twitch problem. But on Twitch's side, the RAM doesn't... It won't ever run out of RAM, but it'll slow right the hell down. Like, look at this. Trying to open anything slows massively down. YouTube, even Rurikon has this problem. Rurikon's YouTube does this as well. It just at some point goes, oh, out of RAM, and then it has to go. Once you reload, everything goes back to normal. And I think the reason for it is it's keeping every single chat message from the start, right? So every single chat message remains in chat. Because remember, people can go back to the beginning, and then they have to be able to see every single one of those chat messages. And I think that starts to take up all the RAM, and you have to sort of refresh in order to get rid of the immediate chat messages so that it frees up your RAM. So that's the big issue at the moment. There's no fix for this, at least not that I know of.
And was the chief
Shay, how you
editor's
doing?
geographic reach limited to mainland China, or did they plan to cover other locations?
They plan to cover Hong Kong and Taiwan, is my understanding.
So their surveillance operation was directed at Taiwan
That's my understanding, Senator.
and Hong Kong.
That's my understanding.
Was the editor-in-chief's or the chief editor's power limited to reviewing viral posts?
Oh, no, it's extensive power. The chief editor would be able to turn off the entire service in specific regions, for example, Xinjiang, or would also be able to turn off or manage the service on significant anniversaries like the anniversary of Tiananmen Square.
So the chief editor, a creation of Facebook,
Yep.
was an Orwellian censor that applied to locations outside mainland China.
That is how you doing, bro. What's insane is just how big of a snake Zuckerberg actually is. That you can do stuff like this, and then as soon as Trump wins and the MAGA movement looks to be the future of America, the bro turns around and suddenly he's the biggest free speech advocate the history of this world has ever known. Like, bro, not even George Washington loves free speech as much as the Zuck. The Zuck is all about everyone just being able to say whatever they want all the time. I remember watching his Joe Rogan show podcast and just thinking to myself, I don't trust anything you say. Like, I believe that the Biden administration asked you to censor a bunch of Americans. I believe that because there are some bad people in government on both the Democratic and the Republican side that would love nothing more than to censor Americans. I believe that. But I don't believe you when you say, dude, I just want to make a social media company where people can freely speak. Of course, I don't want censorship. I don't believe you. And now this comes out and you're like, well, clearly, 1984 was a warning about you.
Hong Kong to people not within the legal jurisdiction of China.
Yep.
But also, obviously, the Chinese themselves. And it was designed and implemented by Meta and Mark Zuckerberg.
Correct, Senator.
Even though its very existence was denied before this committee in 2018.
That's correct, Senator.
Silicon Valley companies are famous, as you know, for their moonshot programs, such as Google X. In recent years, Mark Zuckerberg spent billions of dollars on the metaverse and AI. He even named
Mason, I agree with that.
Company
I
as
agree
part
with
of
you.
a pivot to focus on that technology. Did Facebook engage in any moonshot efforts in China? And were these efforts walled off or protected from the Communist Party?
They did, Senator, and I'd be happy to follow up with the committee on this point.
You'd prefer to follow up privately?
Dude, do you know how scared she has to be when there's some things that even with full-blown whistleblower protections, she's not willing to say on live television? This means this thing goes so deep. Like, holy shit. This thing, I think Zuck woke up in the middle of the night being phoned up by his lawyers or, whatever, whenever he's awake. And they were like, bro, we're in shit. We're in deep shit here. Oh, crap. Miracos, how are you doing, sir?
Just one last question. I'm interested in how much of a national champion Meta actually is for the United States. Did Facebook share information about its facial recognition, artificial intelligence models, and other sensitive technologies to Chinese security officials? In other words, did it share that significant technology regarding facial recognition and other surveillance methods?
Look, the greatest trick Mark Zuckerberg ever pulled was wrapping the American flag around himself and calling himself a patriot and saying he didn't offer services in China while he spent the last decade building an $18 billion business there.
And he wrapped the flag around himself even as he disclosed sensitive technologies that enabled the Chinese to gain the upper hand on surveilling its citizens, but also the upper hand in engaging with us.
And he continues to wrap the flag around himself as we move into the next era of artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackburn.
Bro, that's huge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am delighted that we are having this hearing today. I thank you for this. And Ms. Wynne Williams, I want to thank you for stepping forward and for speaking. Senator Blumenthal and I last year brought forward the Kids Online Safety Act, and this is a piece of legislation we have worked on for years. It came through the Senate on a 91-3 vote, It failed in the House. As you would imagine, Meta spent millions of dollars lobbying against us and against the legislation, while at the same time they were claiming how much they...
Trickstar, I think so. I think he understood the way the wind was blowing, and he thought that if he could inundate himself with the United States, the Trump MAGA movement, they wouldn't look too closely at him, because why would he, a Chinese operative, be giving money to the Trump campaign? I think Zuckerberg is going to realize firsthand just how much Trump hates the CCP. I think Zuck is going to find himself on the other side of, and I think just to be clear, all Zuckerberg had to go on was Trump's first term, where Trump was pretty good for the markets. Trump he said a bunch of shit, crazy stuff, but overall he didn't do much of anything. We now know why Trump couldn't get much of the stuff done that he promised in the first term, was because the White House was entirely infected with deep state, effectively, operatives. I don't mean deep state in the form of covert operatives, but people who have their own ideas and agendas. So Trump, this time around, I don't think Zuck even knew that Trump was prepared this time. He brought his entire team with him, right? He made sure that every single person that is in his administration is loyal to the cause. And I think Zuck is soon going to realize that $1 million was for shithole. He's getting none of it back, and he's about to go to prison. Basically, he's paying for his own prison stay,
They cared for children and how they wanted to take care of children. And of course, one of the problems, as we have heard these heartbreaking stories from parents of trying to reach out to Meta, no response, of the cyberbullying that was taking place, the pleas from principals and child psychiatrists to do something, and yet they would not do it. And I noted in your book that you talked about Meta targeting children with ads based on their emotional state. And if you want to talk about something that is cruel, I'm a mom and a grandmom. And to kick a kid when they're down, that in essence is what it is kicking them while they're down. That is completely disgusting. And I find it so...
I don't think she's talking about the kind of cyberbullying where kids are just cyberbullying each other. If I'm understanding this correctly, what she's talking about is Meta would use cyberbullying almost as a tactic to advertise to kids for specific things that they may or may not need, right? So Meta was effectively building a customer base for certain goods. If you're a pharmaceutical company and you want to sort of push Prozac, for example, you allow cyberbullying to go on to the point where kids become suicidal, and then you show them ads for Prozac or whatever, right? Whatever medication you want to push. And now you've basically created, and obviously companies will pay shit tons of money for that. Like, if companies know that not only do you deliver targeted ads, you create the target market for the ads, companies will pay through the ass for that. Like, wait, you're telling me that you can literally create a market for me? Let's go. I think that's what she was referring to, at least when I'm putting all of her sort of her sentence in context. The child is crying, quick, burn the Constitution. Man, I don't, again, like I said, I don't think that's exactly what they were talking about here. Systemic, to debase their spirit. Yeah, he's taking advantage of those with mental illness with ads to target them. Sounds like a Blackburn is actually one of the good ones.
So interesting that Mark Zuckerberg has said he's turned over a new leaf. My response to that was, leaves change color with the seasons of the year. And I am curious as to whether this is a season for him, or if it is something that is truly going to be making...
Thundercool, it depends what we're talking about, right? So, Kids Online Safety Act, we have, even in the freest countries in the world, we have always promoted censorship around kids. Like, always, right? From not allowing kids to watch porn, which technically speaking is censorship. You're disallowing children's ability to watch other people screw around, right? To not allowing kids to hear certain things, say certain things. We create censorship around kids all the time, and there's sort of a reason for that. When someone is old enough to be able to think for themselves, we believe that that person should be allowed to think for themselves. And that's why you cannot censor anything that they can possibly see or hear. They should be able to come up to their own conclusions based on the information available to them. But when a kid is involved, we sort of make the different argument that says children don't have the ability yet to think for themselves. Largely speaking, children will believe stuff being told to them, regardless of whether or not what is being told is true or good advice or whatever it is. If someone that they believe is a sort of a figure of authority says to them, this is good, they'll just go with it. You see it, for example, with young kids and their teachers. If the teacher tells them to do something, they'll just do it. Because you grow up from the youngest of ages, your parents tell you when something is good or bad, and you trust them absolutely. So when it comes to kids, we sort of suspend constitutional rights because, well, it's a child, right? And a child needs to be protected. Now, there are governments that go way too far with that, and that is true. And that's sort of one of those things where you have to, you have to be vigilant in stopping the government from being able to go too far. Like, what is it that you think kids shouldn't be able to hear? What is it that you think kids should be able to hear? Like, if you're going to ban political opinions from children, then it has to be banned on all sides, right? So we don't want kids to hear anything political. So we're going to remove it equally for everything. But if you sort of come up with, like, for example, now, children aren't allowed to watch porn or sexually charged content because they're children. But then you have children being celebrated going to drag shows, which is hyper sexualized. And you immediately go, wait, what? Like, the censorship seems weird here. If we took those same kids to a strip club, rightfully so, the teachers as well as the dancers would be arrested on the spot. You can't do that. But then it's a drag show, that's sort of fine. And so that's the sort of thing where if we're going to apply censorship to children, it has to be done equally across the board, not for any sort of celebration of any political leaning. I remember back in maybe 2001, my young sister came flying down the stairs yelling, I won, because she was on the internet and encountered her first pop-up ad. She was crushed when we explained, oh man. What are we going to do, though, at this point? Ban online capable game sales to children, development of them, and make it illegal for a child to have an internet-ready device unsupervised? Shay, so I personally think, and there's a lot of information that backs that up. I showed you guys Jonathan Haidt earlier, the psychologist, that the amount of work that they've done, and they've actually identified schools in specific states that they've already started working at, where these schools have banned mobile devices while at school. So if you come to school, your mobile device has to go into your locker where it's locked, and you can't get to it till the end of the school day. And what they've actually found is, in the beginning, the children were sort of very awkwardly walking around, not sure. But within like 2 weeks, the children were back to playing, a lot less stressed. Talking to the children, they were a lot less, what's it called? Depressed. The children were doing so much better. So much better. Because suddenly they could be kids again. If you want to do something really stupid, you're not going to be all over the internet suddenly as a worldwide sensation. You can just do stupid shit and no one would even know. Right? You can have conversation. You can look whichever way you want. You don't have to worry and constantly be at your best behavior. So there are already movements like that happening throughout America where they're saying kids should not be allowed to have mobile phones. And I think under the age of 12, you shouldn't even give your kids a mobile phone. Let your kids play and meet up with the other parents. Get all of the parents in your neighborhood to agree to the same thing. The kids don't need mobile phones at that young age. And then I do think we're going to have much stronger laws around social media. Social media needs to be 18 years plus, and you need to be able to buy phones that almost come hard baked. If this is a phone for a kid, it will just not even install social media. Like, the phone is just incapable of running social media. That's probably the best. Or yeah, just bring back dumb phones. I would actually argue, because one of the arguments you constantly hear is, well, if there's an emergency, you need to be able to phone your parents. Okay, let's bring back dumb phones. Cannot go on social media, cannot even really connect to the internet. It can phone, and that's it.
A difference, and I think he should explain to us. He's been before this committee before, where he truly is. Now, one of the things we found out from other whistleblowers, and you mentioned in your lie,
like the Nokia phones,
that Meta's statement denying it engaged in targeting children was a flat-out lie, and the company had refused to audit these activities. We've heard that from other whistleblowers, that they were doing research and they knew what was happening, but they were so given to the dollar and having children as the product that they themselves, children were addicted, but also Facebook and their leadership team had become addicted to the power that they held and to the money that they were making. But talk to me a little bit about your experience with Meta and how they would choose to cover up or deny that they were harming kids.
Thank you, Senator. One example is that Facebook was targeting 13 to 17-year-olds. It could identify when they were feeling worthless or helpless or like a failure. And they would take that information and share it with advertisers. One of the things about advertising is advertisers understand that when people don't feel good about themselves, it's often a good time to pitch a product. You know, people are more likely to buy something.
Why?
And so what the company was doing was letting these advertisers know that these 13 to 17-year-olds were feeling depressed and saying, now's a really good time to serve them an advertisement. Or if a 13-year-old girl would delete a selfie, that's a really good time to try and sell her a beauty product. Or if a 13-year-old girl is...
So let me interrupt right there.
Isn't that illegal? Hasn't that been made illegal already? I remember something about YouTube where there were like crazy moves where YouTube kids could no longer get ads at all.
There, if she deleted a selfie, then Facebook was in essence, or Meta, Instagram, they were in essence tracking her activity online.
Absolutely. That was taken as a signal and then shared with advertisers.
So they didn't stay given specifically to their app. They traveled in the child's phone.
Absolutely. So.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think it points up some of the harm that is there. One of the things I wanted we've talked about China and their launch of apps, Facebook's apps in China. I wanted to see if you could elaborate on the type data that would be found on Facebook servers located in China and the broader implications of allowing the CCP to have access to that data.
Senator, I mean, we've just spoken in your last question about, just one example of the amount of information that this company has. It is unfathomable. It's very, very hard to wrap your mind around the amount of data that this company has on each person who logs on to its service. It's private messages, but so much data. And all of that would channel through a POP server.
So then it is not just limited. The data Facebook holds or Meta holds is not just limited to the Meta applications.
Not at all, Senator.
So
No.
basically,
I mean, we already know that Facebook has shadow accounts for even people that isn't on Facebook. I don't know if you guys even know this. This was years ago where ex-Facebook engineers actually came out. They now formed a thing called, it's in Silicon Valley, where they're sort of talking about ethics in social media development, where the problem was for Facebook. Let's say you're not on Facebook, but your aunt is on Facebook, your mother is on Facebook, and maybe one of your brothers or an uncle or whatever is on Facebook. They could triangulate between all of these different people to figure out who you are and then create what is called a shadow account for you. So they would be able to learn, because your mother maybe has all of her kids posted on Facebook. And your mother would maybe on Facebook tell all of her friends, oh, today is Chris's birthday. So Facebook goes, wait, who's Chris? We don't have a Chris related to her. Chris must be one of her sons. And then it goes, oh, here's an aunt related to her also tweeting about Chris. Okay, so Chris has this aunt. And then they just build an entire shadow account, and eventually they just know who you are based on all of this information that the algorithm just continuously puts together. So I would not be surprised if Facebook is, just by pure data, the largest sort of company in the world, just based on the data that they have for people. And this is just, again, how evil Mark Zuckerberg actually is. Novatic, from a moral perspective, I don't think there's a good... Look, there's only really one story you need to know about to know the kind of man that Mark Zuckerberg is. He comes up with no money. He uses one of his best friends, in fact, one of his only friends in college, to pay for the development and the hosting of Facebook. When Facebook finally goes public, he bullies his own friend out of the company. He basically dissolves his shares into nothing. So he's just no longer an owner of Facebook. This is the man that funded the whole project, that allowed it to go as far as it did. And he did that to his only friend in college. This is the kind of man that Mark Zuckerberg is. So when people sort of wonder whether or not Mark Zuckerberg is a good point, the answer is, or is a good person, the answer is absolutely no. Do you know any other good people that would do something like that? China yuan falls to lowest level since 2007. The problem that I have with this, though, and why I don't really pay attention to this, the Chinese currency is 100% government controlled. So unlike the dollar that moves up and down based on market moves, so how many people are buying versus selling, the Chinese yuan is 100% controlled by the CCP. This is their way of fighting back against the tariffs. They're making their currency so bad now that it makes imports basically dirt cheap. So what does it do? It fights the tariffs. It basically nullifies the tariffs. Because yes, Trump is charging insane tariffs, but since it's going out at almost, like, the yuan is so bloody cheap now, the tariffs won't even increase the price. So Trump is now going to be forced to increase tariffs even more to make up for this. So China is just playing this game now in a different way. I will do anything for money. Oh, so Tommy, thanks for the $10, dude. Really appreciate
Tony
you.
Logan super chatted $10. I think while Facebook is at fault, it's also all these third-party companies that are buying up user data and selling it to others comes to sell a product to you. These companies need to be axed, Timo.
I agree with you. I think there's some value. First, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate you, sir. I think there's some value to having targeted ads, right? Targeted ads can be really nice, but I think we've long since stepped out of targeted ads. I think the data is being done for many, many more nefarious reasons than targeted ads. I think targeted ads is the least of our problems now. And therefore, I don't even necessarily think that there should be a ban on these companies. I think there should be a way for you to tell these companies to delete everything. Like, you should be able to tell a company, I refuse. You do not get to use my data for anything, or conversely, pay me. If you want to use my data, you need to pay me for it. I don't know what it is. I don't care. But every single time you use my data to get money from an ad company, I need to make a bit of cash on that. Because it's my data.
Meta has the ability to build what I call a virtual you of an individual, where they go, the transactions they have, the different apps that they rotate from one to another. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I've got one other question I want to come to you on, and we have heard not only from you, but from others, that Mark Zuckerberg would veto recommendations from his team when it came to improving practices that would protect children or would protect data. And he would do this because he would say it was too costly. And I just find that astounding. In the physical world, we have laws that protect an individual's privacy. We have laws that protect children and protect them from being exposed to certain harms like alcohol, tobacco, sales, meeting predators, pedophiles. So I wanted to know if you had witnessed that he or the other C-suite were actually vetoing recommendations that would have provided consumer.
Bro, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Zuck. Like, sure, you betrayed your country and sold secrets to China, but you also sold out children. You also did this. Dude, this man is going to walk out of this as public enemy number one.
Protection and protection of children in the virtual space.
Yes, Senator, and as a mother of 3 children, that's one of the more difficult aspects to reconcile with this company, that it is not a company that looks after users, particularly those 13 to 17, which they regard as vulnerable yet very valuable.
And then how long were you employed at Facebook, and when was your last day?
I was employed from 2011, and it's slightly complicated, but I finished in the end of 2017.
2017. Okay. Thank you very much.
She was there for a while, actually.
Senator Dermott.
Thanks for being here. That reference that I opened up with, that you made in your book to a strategy, a message strategy for Meta, and someone suggested tobacco as kind of the guideline that you might want to follow, some dangerous product that was lessened in intensity to the public by misrepresentations. As I mentioned at the outset, I was part of the effort to bring them down. Didn't realize I'd reached a tipping point with smoking on airplanes, but it turned out to be one. And things changed. You make a reference as well in the book that a lot of the executives at Facebook protected their own children from what might have been an exploitation. What you've described here, the algorithm that analyzes your activity on the board and says, well, just deleted a selfie, good time for an ad. Somebody had put that together. So these executives at Facebook protected their own kids from that kind of exploitation, correct?
Senator, that was one of the things that shocked me when I moved to Silicon Valley, is that it's a place full of, wooden Montessori toys, and, executives would always speak about how they have screen bans in the house, or, I would say, oh, has your teen used the new product we're about to launch? And they're like, my teenager's not allowed on Facebook. I don't have my teenager on Instagram. Like, these executives, they know the harm that this product does. They don't allow their own teenagers to use the products that Meta develops. I mean,
dude, that makes it worse. Berlana, how are you doing? That makes it so much worse. And you could argue that this is just sort of ignorance driven by greed, right? Like, these guys just see the money, and they don't really stop to ask themselves, what are we doing? Is this even good for us? That's not what's happening here. They know exactly what they're doing. They just don't care. They don't allow their own children there because they know what they're doing. But they don't care. It's like, who cares? Like, we're making money. And if this leads to the downfall of America, so be it. It's not really our problem. This, personally, in my opinion, this has to be, we need to deal with this. And not just Facebook. It needs to be every social media company in the world needs to be looked at very closely for the shady shit that they're doing. Facebook, on the other hand, I think has serious problems.
The hypocrisy is at every level.
So I wanted to just tell you a follow-up to that story. Eventually, the children of tobacco executives became my greatest fans and supporters. And they would basically shame their parents by saying that, the kids at school are saying this, or I just heard something, or I read something. Dad, tell me that you aren't part of that tobacco conspiracy to keep the truth from the American people. They became a force, a moral force in the conversation. It'd just be speculation, but I hope that that is the case here as well.
I hope you're right, Senator.
I read these things, and so I want to ask you a question that is more generic, but I'm just curious as to the decision process at the highest levels. When there is a decision being made about what you're going to turn over, what Facebook, Meta, is going to turn over to the Chinese, all their demands that you said the company denied to so many other countries, but for China, they made an exception. When the decision is being made about...
That's new information. You see, they read her book. We haven't read her book. This just gives more... Remember what I told you in the beginning? Meta and Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg effectively identified the winning horse. He was like, China is the winning horse. China's going to be the next world superpower. We need to throw our power in with China. So when other countries came to Meta and they were like, hey, bro, can you do this for us? Meta would be like, no, sorry, we can't. That's against our rules. But when the CCP came knocking, Meta was like, how many people do you need us to screw over? Like, we have no problem. Radai, this is happening now because of Trump. And I don't mean that in the way of Trump is saving us. No. Because Trump, remember, under Biden, the greatest threat to America was Russia. Right? So this would not have landed as well. You wouldn't have as much support. Now that Trump is in the White House, it's become very clear that for the Trump administration and for a lot of the Republicans, and I think also for a lot of Democrats, China is the number one threat. There is no greater threat than China. And so this now becomes super relevant because they know that they now have the support of the people behind them. They can now do whatever they want because they have sort of a blank check when it comes to going after China. China number one. If every social media platform needs to be looked into, does that mean we need to look at Truth Social? It's owned by Trump. I would say so, Satomi, because even though Trump owns Truth Social, I'll be very honest with you, I don't think Trump had anything to do with the creation of Truth Social. I just don't see Trump as the guy that's looking over the code and trying to figure out if the code is absolutely up to par. I think he just paid a bunch of guys to make a thing and slapped his face on it. Because he's in, like, I think there's very few things that you'd be able to teach Trump about development, right? About how development works for properties. I think that guy's a genius when it comes to development and property development. But forgive me for not thinking that he's a genius when it comes to social media creation and coding. No man is an island and no man can do everything. So yeah, I would say we have to look at everything. X, Truth Social, YouTube, Twitch. If it is a social media company, it has to be looked into. I would specifically say the companies that I would like to see us take a super hard look at is any company that has ever been associated with China in any way, shape, or form. Like, if there's been any association with China, that company needs to be looked at mega hard. Like, look at everyone, but then pay special attention to any company that has done business either with companies related to China or with China itself.
Exposing American privacy material and data so that the Chinese would have access to it, Americans not knowing that. The security questions that you raised, the AI information is given to the Chinese that makes them, quote, more competitive, but also means that they have sources of information that could compromise the security of the United States. I mean, when you consider each one of these, they kind of grow in gravity and magnitude. Are these decisions being made strictly by Zuckerberg himself or by boards or by open discussion? How much sensitivity was there to the fact that the decisions were historic in nature and maybe even criminal?
It's a really interesting question. I mean, you asked me in part about China. You know, to give you just one example, at the governance level, which is what you're asking me, the lead independent director on Meta's board was also on the payroll for the China project.
So that they had dual loyalty?
I think the question around accountability and governance of this company and of tech companies more generally, there needs to be a lot more accountability. I don't think the current governance structures are anywhere close to being sufficient.
Tell me that there were people at that company that you worked with that didn't sell out.
Absolutely. There are, you know, there were amazing people, and there are people who were horrified and had very strong moral conscience. And there are many of these people who've been in touch who, since these revelations have come out, have said, you know, I was in those meetings. I remember this. You know, there were people who spoke up. There were people. I regret to say that many of the people who spoke up are no longer at the company, but there are good people there, and there are people who have moral beliefs, and there certainly were. But that wasn't happening at the top of the company. That wasn't happening at the executive level, and what was striking was the absence of those types of discussions at the top of the company compared to what was happening with your average people who are working at the company.
And you say Mr. Zuckerberg himself prides himself on being a loyal American?
I think Mr. Zuckerberg would say he does.
Yes.
But I don't want to speak.
Good answer.
No, of course not. But I think the evidence that you've given us points in the other direction.
Radai, it's enough to start an investigation. If even half of what Zuckerberg has been accused of in this video turns out to be true, it's enough for him to be charged with treason. That is how serious the allegations is against him. And none of the allegations thus far has been tiny little allegations where you're just sort of going, well, you know, sure, it's a slap on the wrist. Every single one of the allegations thus far has risen to the level of treason or criminal misconduct at the very least.
Lying to Congress may be in the realm of a mortal sin, depending on your faith conviction, but certainly selling out the security and privacy of the United States is about as low as they go when it comes to big tech. Have you been in any conversations involving Section 230?
No, Senator.
All right. Well, that's certainly a law that we're taking a close look at here, which shields companies like this from personal civil liability.
I have said before, if you want to fix social media, you repeal Section 230. Now, for those of you that don't know what Section 230 is, Section 230 gives companies, social media companies, complete protection against any civil suit. So if you find that, Facebook censored you, you can't sue them. Because technically speaking, Facebook isn't they're not a publisher. They don't editorialize their content. Technically speaking, social media companies just allow people to post stuff. They're not held responsible personally for the things that's posted, right? And the only way to get around that is if they were to start editorializing, that would be them now becoming a newspaper. So, for example, technically a newspaper can't just post what it wants. It can't just print what it wants. It has to editorialize. So it has to make sure that it's the truth, or at least as true as the journalist that wrote it at the time believed it to be. That's why whenever you read newspapers, the headline will be completely false. But then in the article, they sort of clarify that the headline is just a bit of clickbait because actually the story is a little bit different. Because newspapers can be sued. The problem for social media is they have these protections for 230, but they no longer play by those rules. They all editorialize. YouTube chooses winners and losers. YouTube allows for some posts to go viral and some posts not go viral. YouTube has been involved. They have literal built-in systems. If you say certain words during a video, if you talk about certain topics, that video will just not be recommended as much as other videos. That is called editorializing. Whether it's done by AI, algorithm, or whatever, or an actual person, that is still editorial. So I think if you want to fix social media, you do the following. You change Section 230 to the following. If a social media can prove that they in no way, shape, or form interfere or editorialize any content, they are free from lawsuits. You cannot sue them because they cannot be held responsible for what is posted on their platforms. But the second they do remove certain types of content, move the weight around to make sure that some content can't be seen and others can be seen, now they can be sued for whatever amount of money people want to sue them for. That will immediately remove all of the censorship from social media, like 100%.
Many of us believe the committee has voted accordingly, that if they could be held accountable for their decisions in a court of law and fined damages.
This is another one of those examples of the government doing a thing in the spirit of goodness, but it actually ends up being very, very bad. This is why it's usually not good to use the government for such things. You see, the government was doing this to try and protect social media companies, to help them from growing. Because one of the big fears for social media companies was, if we just allow people to post stuff, what if we get sued for the stuff that they post? Like, we can't do that. Like, this is not going to work. And so the government said, okay, we'll pass a law that makes it that you're not responsible for what is posted on your platform. The issue is that can only apply if you're not responsible. Well, the law already existed, but social media was included in that law. That only applies if you're not in control of what's being posted on your website. But I don't think anyone believes that Facebook is really a free speech platform. I don't think anyone believes YouTube is really a free speech platform. Does anyone think Twitch is really a free speech platform? The only free speech platform that I know of is X. How do I know X is a free speech platform? Because I see a lot of content on there that is absolutely disgusting, that I would much rather not see. That I look at and I go, man, I wish I didn't have to look at this shit. But it has to be there because it's free speech. People should be allowed to say whatever they want, even if what they say is bloody stupid or just outright really disgusting.
Money to money that this would have more impact than some of the best speeches we could put together as members of Congress. So we're going to work on that. But, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this hearing, but I particularly thank you because you've referred to in your testimony what you call in the book 3 pistols, which I think is your reference to your 3 children. You've done a great thing for them and for kids all across the world. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you, Senator.
Ms. Wynne-Williams, let me ask you a little bit more about the censorship tools that you've been asked about today, you've testified about, that were actually deployed in Hong Kong and Taiwan. And let's just, if we can, let's just look again at the privacy team email. Not that one. That one. Yeah, so this is, and just so members of the press understand, the committee's in possession of this document. We have blacked out, as you can see, we've blacked out the names of individuals here, but in the documents, we have those names. Of course, we'll follow all appropriate legal procedures, but just so the press understands, the committee is committed to doing a full investigation. We do understand and know who the people are on this chain. We can see who they are, and we can see the full course of the discussion. But I just want to emphasize something here. The update is they spoke with the China team. They flagged a potential course of potential complication of course of negotiations with the Chinese government. Let's just stop there for a second. Someone pointed out to you that Mark Zuckerberg testified under oath that he didn't know what the Chinese government's terms would be to operate Facebook in China because they were banned, quote unquote, in China. So he just had no idea. He was saying this as late as 2017, 2018. He just had no idea what the terms would be. That's just categorically false, isn't it?
Absolutely, Senator.
And this email shows that it is false, correct?
Correct.
In fact, what this email shows is Facebook is in very regularly close contact with members of the Chinese government, down to specifying how they want the censorship tools to work. They're giving feedback on it, back and forth and back and forth. And here they've agreed on a set of censorship tools to deploy in Hong Kong, down to the fact that they say we're going to have to actually re-TOS. Does that mean terms of service?
Correct.
So in other words, they're going to have to push out to Hong Kong users a new click thing for them to click on, which they won't, of course, really understand or know because it's almost impossible to decipher. But in fact, what they're doing is it's allowing Facebook to stand up new censorship tools on behalf of the Chinese government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, here's another interesting point. Back in 2012, the FTC here in this country, the FTC entered a consent decree with Facebook about privacy. Do you remember, Ms. Wynne-Williams, this would have been early on in your time at the company, but do you remember roughly any of the terms of that FTC consent decree? Because they are relevant here.
I do, Senator. They were intended to prevent Meta from deceiving people about the extent to which they collect and share their data.
Yes. So the part of the order is, and let me just quote, Facebook shall, quote, shall not misrepresent in any manner, expressly or by implication, the extent to which it maintains the privacy or security of covered information, end quote, which is user data. Now, Facebook is under a consent decree with the FTC on this basis, and yet they are deliberately misrepresenting across the world the security of user data. They are negotiating with the Chinese government to turn over user data, grant the Chinese government access to Chinese user data, including the Hong Kongese, including Taiwan. And yet they're representing to American government officials, no, we don't do that. We don't do that. In fact, they testified under oath. We don't make user data available. All of that was just lies. Is that fair to say, Ms. Wynne-Williams?
Senator, many, many decisions have been made, and they were all premised on the basis that Meta would hand over Chinese user data to the Chinese Communist Party.
So in addition to lying to Congress on what seems like a fairly regular basis, lying about suppressing dissidents, lying about setting up censorship tools, they've also arguably violated FTC consent decrees. And we have the documentation. This isn't just Ms. Wynne-Williams' opinion. This isn't just her recollection. We have the documentation with the Facebook employees, who I might add are high-level, executive-level employees, who are planning this and doing this. It's quite extraordinary. This was a pattern of operations at Facebook over and over and over. We'll come back
Zuck
to that.
is cocked,
But if
boys.
you're ready, Senator Klobuchar,
Yeah.
I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just again appreciate that you have come forward. In your book, you wrote that Facebook remade American news media by inserting Facebook at the
Dude, it's weird to see Democrats and Republicans be on the same issue. It feels like this is in America.
center of it, driving down ad rates for newspapers and distributing their stories using their content to boost time spent on Facebook. Senator Kennedy and I, as a side, have a bill to push negotiations for the price of content, which I think is really important. But could you explain how Meta uses news content to boost time spent on Facebook and how that allows Facebook to sell more advertising without paying publishers their fair share?
I mean, the key thing that Meta is obsessed with is engagement. It's keeping people's attention on the services that Meta owns for as long as possible, using whatever tools it can. So definitely the work of publishers and the work of many dedicated journalists, and also increasingly they're utilizing AI to keep engagement, often AI based on the work of journalists and authors.
Exactly. And when discussing ways to promote a healthy news market, you quoted Mr. Zuckerberg as saying, quote, "You're compromising with the dying industry rather than dominating it, crushing it." What do you see with your experience as a consequence of Facebook is allowed to dominate and crush an independent news media?
I think every citizen has seen the consequences of these actions, and I think we're all the poorer for it.
Thank you. When discussing the role that political ads play in Facebook's business, you observed that peddling outrage and stretching the truth were just part of the game, and that outrage is a lucrative business for Facebook. I care about this a lot, just being in this business of politics and how we know how negativity is awarded online, not just Facebook, in all of the algorithms in these companies, and it's actually...
Normally, I would say one of the worst things you can see in government is bipartisanship. Because when you see bipartisanship, you know that you're about to get spit roasted. Ordinarily, it might be one of the two sides that screw you. But when it's bipartisanship, you know the government is about to spit roast the living shit out of you. So that should tell you what Mark Zuckerberg should be feeling at this point. Because these bills or these meetings are not currently about us. It has nothing to do with the ordinary citizens of the world, right? This is about the Zuck. So the Zuck is sitting there going, shit, I don't have enough lube in the world for what is about to happen to me. There's a wonder if Meta has a Department of Defense contract allowing him to do this by providing the data to them as well. It's entirely possible this woman in Congress wouldn't be aware. Tolgi, so I want to guarantee, this is really gaseous. I want to guarantee you there are Department of Defense budgets for every company that works with AI. AI for every country in the world is the number one priority, because whichever country gets to full functioning AI first dominates the world. It will be able to dominate the world and no one will even be able to come close. So you can guaranteed take this to the bank. The Defense Department has defense contracting with X. It has defense contracting with Meta, with Microsoft, with Sam Altman, and Open. What are they called again? Anyways, they have with everything, right? So this is where it gets really bad, because effectively what this means is The American taxpayer, through defense contracting, paid for Facebook to develop AI that Facebook then took and gave to the CCP. Just handed it to the CCP. So this is where the treason charges come in. You knowingly handed over United States secrets paid for by the defense industry and your own government to the CCP. OpenAI, that's the one, right? This happened. Every tobacco company ended up being sued for hundreds of billions. This is going to be insane.
We completely change the ecosystem that we work in. Can you elaborate?
I don't know. What were they about to announce?
Stoking political outrage is profitable for Facebook and ramifications for democracy.
I think we're all living with the consequences of this every day. As I said before, what this company wants is to dominate as much time and attention as it can of every, not just in this country, as many billions as they can. And what they've learned is that outrage is a really good way to do that, but it doesn't, whatever it takes to have people glued to these services in their power, in their thrall.
Yep, Jody.
They'll do it.
The major focus of this hearing, of course, on China, and I have to say that I found that whole piece of this ironic because I were trying to pass our bill about the self-preferencing, which was also, of course, got the ire of Google and Amazon, these other companies. You remember that day well when we had the hearing, Senator Hawley, the markup on this bill. Well, one of the things that kept being thrown in my face and in those
I think so,
others that work on this is China. You're actually going to destroy us, and then China will dominate. And at one point, another senator actually said that was what national security officials said. And anticipating that, I had actually gone around to the then head of the FBI, the head of the CIA. I'd called them all or seen them at things. And while they were getting in the business of endorsing, they said, no, this idea of doing something about putting consumer protections in and saying you can't put your own product all the time at the top of the search engine, that did not hurt our national security vis-a-vis China. But that is what they claim. And that's what's so interesting about your experience and your testimony. And your book actually reveals the extent to which Facebook was willing to put growth over the U.S. national interest to gain favor with the Chinese Communist Party, as you point out in your testimony today. Mm-hmm. In fact, and I know Senator Grassley asked you about this, you wrote, Meta started briefing the Communist Party as early as 2015. You talked about this today. The explicit goal being to help China outcompete American companies. Could you elaborate on that?
I think to pick up on your point, Senator, Meta is very quick to say, don't do anything that can hurt us because you'll let China win. You'll let China win on AI. You'll let China win and gain the technological advantage. And the whole time, the company that's done the most to help China
is
gain
Meta.
a technological advantage is Meta.
So do you believe Facebook is an honest broker? This is called a softball. When it claims competition reforms would harm the U.S. ability to compete with China? Because I'm telling you, we hear this all the time. So every time we try to bring up any of these bills.
I hope what we've discussed today, Senator, helps you push back very firmly and gives you something to create some real accountability.
And then finally, Senator Cruz and I mentioned we have this bill, Take It Down, that's passed the Senate. And just your view that if Meta puts its considerable engineering expertise toward the problem of removing non-consensual intimate images that have the power to ruin lives, or even the selling of fentanyl or some of these other things, do you think they could do it?
Senator, they've shown to the Chinese Communist Party that when they're motivated to get something, to remove something, they can be absolutely expert in it very fast.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be interested in knowing, Ms. Williams, when Meta first tried to silence you, when they first contacted you, what was said to you, and I assume it was in the nature of a threat and a warning of some kind.
Yes, Senator. I have had some very, I'm trying to find the right word, aggressive threats from this company, and the last 4 weeks have been very difficult.
Apart from the threats in a judicial setting, have there been others?
There have been a number of things, Senator, yes. Yeah.
Would you prefer to tell us about that in private?
No, it's okay. I can. Sorry, it's hard, but I can talk about it. Yeah. So Meta has said. So even the choice to come to speak to Congress was incredibly difficult. Maybe it's helpful if I read what they told me.
Please do.
Here we go. JP, how you doing, bro?
They said the purpose of, they said if the respondent, well, if me, if I were permitted to communicate with legislators, that's you, such actions would create an exception to non-disparagement, that it would eat the rule. In such circumstance, nothing would limit or prevent those legislators or their aides from parroting to the public any disparaging statements. And I just want to pause here because a disparaging statement is a true statement. So it's telling you the truth. Respondent is barred from disclosing. So they were very clear that even coming to speak to you about the truth and about the concerns of national security and protecting our children and sharing these truths with you, that would have not only $50,000 for each truthful statement, actual damages for breach of confidentiality, actual and punitive damages for fraud and other claims.
So let me just be clear. In effect, they are warning you against what we might say publicly based on your comments to us, even though they might not hold you or bar you from coming here.
They have said that is a potential consequence. That is the order they have secured.
That, in effect, you'd be held responsible for what we might say as a result of your truthful testimony.
Not just you, Senators, something your aide might say. I mean, they frame it as something your aide might parrot.
In other words, what these folks in back of us might say, as well as what we might say.
Even though it's factual and true.
Even though it's factually true.
Wow.
In effect, I mean, now that you mention it, it creates pressure on us not to tell the truth to the American public, is the way I view it. It's, in a sense, threatening you and thereby putting pressure on us because we could have to worry about harming you as a result.
Please don't worry about harming me.
Dude, that lady looks like she's about to break out in tears. And I think she's desperately hoping for immunity here. She's desperately hoping that she gets immunity from Congress or from the Senate.
And when did they first contact you? I guess when they became aware of your book, or?
That's right. They put out public statements when they first became aware of the book. But they also effectively tried to I mean, I don't know I'm learning very fast about the system of arbitration, which seems incredibly unjust. But they sought to game that. They said that they had notified me of an arbitration. They didn't. They have my they have my email on file. They have so many ways to contact me. I worked for them for a long time. Most of the senior executive have emailed me, but they chose not to notify me through that email address. So
they issued a public statement. So they first went public and then contacted you.
Well, they didn't contact me, but yes, Senator.
And what did they do to start the arbitration process?
They started it without me. They secured the order without me.
Without any representation?
That's correct, because I was not aware of it. They'd sent it to an email address from 2007.
And my understanding is that you were...
Dude, that happens quite often, actually. I watched a lawyer speak about this. It's one of the tricks that companies will use. So one of the ways in which they can get around really screwing you is they just need to show that they tried to reach out to you, that they did send you whatever information. And so what they'll do is they'll send it to like an old email address in the hope that you don't really check that email address ever, because that gives them basically free reign. They can do whatever they want. They did send you the email. The fact that you didn't see the email, that's really your problem. Scaly.
Regularly communicating with Meta, but they still used a defunct email address to serve the notice of the emergency arbitration. You were provided no notice of the proceeding, the appointment of an emergency arbitrator without your legal team knowing or having opportunity to object, and the initial hearing took place without anybody from your legal team participating.
Yeah, I didn't know about it, so I couldn't participate in it.
And once they had an emergency gag order in hand, they knew how to reach you, correct?
Senator, I was, well, honestly, I was trying to get my toddler to eat some oatmeal, and the doorbell went, and it's a little embarrassing, but it was just after the book had published, so I thought it might have been someone delivering flowers. No, it was a gag order.
So Meta's flowers were a gag order, and they knew where you were. They had no trouble reaching with the emergency gag order. They didn't bother letting you know about the arbitration process or anything before they got what they wanted.
They obviously knew where my home was the entire time.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that
man,
is kind of a textbook example of the kind of problems that we hear from our constituents relating to forced arbitration. I happen to be the lead sponsor in the Senate of the Forced Arbitration and Justice Repeal Act, known as the FAIR Act, which would end these kinds of abusive clauses that enabled them to do what they did with you, Ms. Wynne Williams. Just so we're absolutely clear, they're trying to force you to pay them this $50,000 in liquidated damages for each so-called disparaging comment, true comment, which they regard as unfavorable to them.
Yep.
Even when you tell the truth about their misconduct.
So the legal language of this is such that effectively, even if her statements turn out to be true, she still needs to pay them not just $50,000, because it would also include damages, $50,000 for each statement, but then also, I guess, damages to be determined based on the Meta stock price and how much of a hit Meta takes as a result of this. I'm going to go look at the Meta stock price right after this. I don't know if it would have opened up yet, because I think America's stock market it should be open now. What is the Meta stock price at the moment? Because I can't imagine it's good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Before
Not
we
with
let you
this
go, Ms.
news.
Wynne-Williams, just one other line of questions, if I could. Just one other subject. You actually touched on it with Senator Blackburn. She was talking to you about the kind of research that Facebook has done and the kind of advertising that they're willing to sell. And to me, what's so interesting about this is we've seen, frankly, the moral bankruptcy of this company and its leadership when it comes to China. And we've seen them be willing to lie to Congress.
But I take care, man.
Lie to the American public. We've got the documents in black and white. We've seen them be willing to give away American user data. But they were also trying to find out a way to make a buck on Americans, teenagers, children in times of distress right here in the United States.
Yep.
And I just want to give you an opportunity to comment on this. Here's an internal Facebook chat where a Facebook policy director asks, is it really accurate that Facebook is doing research into young mothers and their emotional state? Is it your understanding if there's other research related to young mothers? Answer, yes. I looked at one list of research topics and saw one about young mothers and their emotional state. Coming down, the person says, I'm wondering about asking my apparently morally bankrupt colleagues if they are aware of any more. This is about Facebook's program to target ads to people when they are in emotional distress. Is that right? Is that what we're seeing here?
That's correct, Senator.
And that included teenage girls, as you were discussing.
This is the whole, and this is what Scott Bennett, the Secretary of the Treasury, this is what he's been discussing. If you want to know the entire plan of Trump and the tariffs and everything, this is it. You see, one of the big sort of misbeliefs in the last few decades from conservatives, even like myself, so I'm happy to take the bullet here and say I was one of these people who believed it, was that if you just allow people to make profits, it will always be good for everyone. Like, don't get in the way, let business be business, business will just make money, and everything will be beautiful and good, and you'll just see the world explode. We're now seeing that is genuinely not the case. I'm not suggesting, so the difference between this and socialism says tax the rich, take the money to the government, let the government give it to the poor. I don't want that because I think the government is wholly unequipped to do that. What I want instead is the government needs to put up guardrails. There needs to be a marked out field where the government says, boys, you want to play the game? You can play freely within these boundaries. If you go outside these boundaries, we're going to have a problem. But in these boundaries, do your business, go nuts, but ensure good things. Like this shit here, where you have a company that does research into figuring out how better can we target single mothers that just had infants because they're now at their most emotionally unstable, which means we can sell them a bunch of shit they may not need, just so that we can make a hell of a lot more money off of this. Dude, like, this is... Jody, take care of yourself, sir. No one can argue that this is morally good. Right? This is a morally good thing for companies to do. And the issue is you can't even say, let the market sort itself out, because this is what the market is. It is sorting itself out. This lady had a conscience, and she's now speaking up about it. That's the market sorting itself out. We now need the government to come in and say, boys, all right, let's talk about this bullshit. This is not going to fly. You can't do this. On the flip end, they target lonely gooners with hot single MILFs in your area. Oh, yeah, but this is the whole point, right? They're trying to go after the most vulnerable people at the moment that they're the most vulnerable, because that will increase sales.
With Senator Blackburn, those who had maybe recently deleted a selfie, maybe not feeling very good about themselves, and Facebook said, oh, fantastic opportunity. We could sell this to advertisers. It apparently also included young mothers who are in moments of distress. I mean, who knows what that might include? Everything from the spilled oatmeal you were trying to put into your toddler's mouth. I have 3 children, so I understand. or who knows what, much, much worse things. So Facebook is constantly looking for opportunities to sell to advertisers, to make a buck, even on their own users. And they're doing it by tracking their users all over the place, tracking their emotional state. I mean, have I got that accurate?
You've got that accurate. And beyond that, it's things like things that often do concern teen girls, like body confidence. You know, that's something else that they use to target, you know, weight loss or other things on.
You know, how hard would it be for them to find a young girl entering puberty? Because puberty is a tough state for everyone, right? For young boys and for young girls. It's a very tough state. It's the time where your body is doing things that you really don't understand. And then start targeting them with dysphoria, with all sorts of messaging around, do you feel uncomfortable? Maybe you're trans. Maybe this, maybe that. And again, it is a massive industry. The pharmaceutical companies are having a blast with the amount of people going on puberty blockers, the amount of people going on hormones. So from the pharmaceutical industry's perspective, if Facebook can provide them with the perfect target audience for an offload and an offshoot for their drugs, they will pay through the teeth in order to get these ad slots.
You know, children really, 13 to 17-year-olds.
So, to your knowledge, did Facebook, after this email exchange, where another user says, I think it's a slippery slope here, and then there's the admission, there is a level of behavioral targeting. I mean, just to be clear, I want everybody to see this. There is a level of behavior.
Look, so I'll explain it after this.
Facebook executives, again, this is a policy director in this chat acknowledging that this is what Facebook is doing. Did it stop? Did Facebook stop doing this?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Yeah, in fact, we know they didn't because other whistleblowers came forward to show that at Instagram, owned by Facebook, there was explicit targeting that goes on. There was explicit knowledge that the Instagram product was causing, in some cases, severe emotional distress, particularly to young girls. Mm-hmm. Facebook kept right on doing it anyway. Is that just because it made them a bunch of money?
Yeah.
Senator, you know, as a mother of 3 children, it's very hard to say this, but yes, one of the discussions I had with one of the business leaders was like, we just don't need to do this. Like, as a company, you know, Meta's now $1 trillion company. It is not short of money. It doesn't need to do this. And what he explained to me is like, you know, we've got the most valuable segment of the population. You know, advertisers really want to reach 13 to 17-year-olds, and we have them. We should be trumpeting it from the rooftops.
Do you know why they target 13 to 17-year-olds? Let me tell you the story of how coffee became a Japanese stronghold product. When Nescafe, I heard the story the other day, so that's how I can tell it to you. When Nescafe wanted to enter Japan, they were contacted by a marketing team that said to them, you will not work in Japan. The Japanese do not drink coffee, they drink tea. It will not work. And Nescafe was like, well, what do we do then? And they were like, if you want to get coffee into Japan, you need to give us 20 years. Give us 20 years and we'll make coffee one of the largest beverages in Japan, but we need 20 years. And they're like, okay, how are we going to do this? So they started by making anime. Nescafe funded anime. The anime had spin-offs that would become toys, and it would become sweets. The sweets would include coffee flavor. So the kids are watching the anime, buying the sweets from the anime that's coffee flavored. Today, one of the largest Starbucks in the world is in Tokyo. Took them 20 years to get into Japan because they had to go through the kids. Doesn't have to go to the old people. They're already drinking their tea. They don't give a shit. Go to the kids. This is why Facebook is saying this is the most valuable market, because advertisers know if I can grab the children, If I can grab you at the age of 13, get you hooked on BMW or on Volkswagen or whatever, right? Whatever product it is. By the time you become an adult that can actually spend money, that will just be your car, right? Or that will just be your product, because that's the product that you remember from your childhood. It's nostalgia. It's something that you sort of think back on and you believe that this is a good thing. It's absolutely insane. Makes so much sense now that I think about it. There's so much coffee cans and slice of life anime compared to when I was a child. It is actually nuts. When you think about it, it is actually nuts. What just happened? Oh, today was this just you. Oh, I thank you for the £2 or the €2. Really appreciate you. They never go after the true villain, the advertiser. Today, the thing is, the advertiser, and you're absolutely right, the advertiser should be gone after, but the advertiser is only being enabled, right? If there was no one enabling the advertiser wouldn't be able to go after this. So I think we're definitely going to have to get a full sort of targeted approach to attack everyone.
It's really just extraordinary. I think what we've seen here is the evidence that you presented, the evidence that we have in black and white is a company and leadership that is willing to do anything.
Mukhtar, I'm going to explain it in a second.
Work with our chief adversary, sell out other American businesses, sell out American user data, lie to Congress, lie to the public, anything in order to amass more power and make a buck. Can I just ask you, you know Mark Zuckerberg very well. You spent a lot of time with him. He's recently tried a reinvention.
Yeah.
In which he is now a great advocate of free speech.
And MAGA.
After being an advocate of censorship in China and in this country for years, after suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story, after working hand in glove with the Biden administration to suppress content on COVID, to suppress content on masks, to suppress content on election questions, on vaccines, all of that. Now that's all wiped away. Now he's on Joe Rogan and says that he is Mr. Free Speech. He is Mr. MAGA. He's a whole new man, and his company they're a whole new company. Do you buy this latest reinvention of Mark Zuckerberg?
Senator, there are two things. If he is such a fan of freedom of speech, why is he trying to silence me? And the other thing is that this is a man who wears many different costumes. When I was there, he, wanted the president of China to name his first child. He was learning Mandarin. That was, he was censoring to his heart's content. Now his new costume is MMA fighting or whatever, free speech. We don't know what the next costume's going to be, but it'll be something different. It's whatever gets him closest to power.
If he were here, is there anything you'd like to say to him?
Senator, I have a lot of questions for Mark Zuckerberg, but he has proven time and time again that you cannot believe his answers. He's lied to members of Congress, he's lied to his employees, and he's lied to Americans. And that's why I'm asking this committee to hold him accountable.
Well, we're going to do that. And I just have to say, I don't trust his latest reinvention at all. He sat where you have sat in front of this committee multiple times in my short time in the Senate. Every time it's a different answer. Every time it's a different facade. But every time, the one consistent through line is every time it's something misleading. Every time it's something other than the truth. Every time it's about Mark Zuckerberg, not the American people. It's about Mark Zuckerberg, not what's good for this country, not what's good for his users, not what is the truth. And I, for one, am very tired of it. So I have a message to Mark Zuckerberg as well, which is that it's time for you to tell the truth. You should come to this committee and take an oath and sit where Miss Wynne Williams is sitting now and answer this evidence. Stop trying to silence her. Stop trying to gag her. Stop trying to hide behind your lawyers and millions of dollars in legal fees you're trying to impose on her. Stop threatening other whistleblowers. Come to this committee, take the oath, sit there, let us question you, and give the American people the truth. We will be waiting for you. Senator, anything further?
Well said, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with your remarks, and what I would say to him is stop silencing Ms. Wynne Williams, for starters. And I go along with you that he ought to come here and tell the truth. I just want to clarify that the statement on speaking to Congress was from the arbitrator. Is that right?
The arbitrator that Meta saw.
The arbitrator that Meta obtained, and the gag order is still in effect.
That's right, Senator. This may be the last time I'm allowed to speak.
Well, it's not going to be the last time you're allowed to speak if we have anything to do with it. What I would say to Mark Zuckerberg is stop gagging Ms. Williams. Let her speak the truth, and you come here and tell us your version of the truth if you have the guts to do it. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I can promise you, Ms. Wynne Williams, that this will not be the end. This is just the beginning. We are going to get the truth, and you have done a great service to the American people by telling the truth here today. Thank you for being willing to do it. With that, this committee is adjourned.
I'll be right back, and then I'll quickly do a recap for you, Muxar, and then we can talk about this. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's quickly do a recap here for everyone that missed this. We will be uploading this to the channel as well. I'm sure Alasdair is already working on this. But okay, so let's quickly talk. As things currently stand, this lady started her testimony by talking about what Meta has been doing in China. And effectively, behind everyone's back, without anyone knowing, Meta has been working with the CCP to help them develop their AI, to allow their AI to basically become, in some ways, more advanced than even that of the United States of America. Meta's AI, Llama, is currently being used in Chinese weapon systems. So there's at least an implication there, allegedly, that Meta helped China basically build targeting systems and military systems with their AI. You have Meta that has actively censored any sort of criticism of China in places like Hong Kong, in places like Taiwan, where they have a special system that they've designed at the behest of the Chinese government, that any post that gets to about 10,000 views, so as soon as the post hits 10,000 views, the post is automatically flagged to be checked by the censorship program to make sure that the post is legal or okay, according to the CCP. So effectively, the CCP has made it so if you criticize the CCP, if you say anything the CCP doesn't like, they can just squash that. They can throttle those views, make sure that no one sees it, hide it, and then probably on the other side boost things that's pro-China. Basically, what Mark Zuckerberg is being accused of by this lady, and she brought receipts. She brought actual emails that was shared. She brought actual minutes from meetings that Mark Zuckerberg and high-level officials at Meta were privy to in meetings with members of the CCP on how to help China be a better sort of world leader, effectively. How China can advance their censorship programs, their AI programs, their national security programs, their weapon programs, every single thing you can think of. Effectively, if everything this lady said is true, if even half of what this lady said is true, Mark Zuckerberg is guilty of treason. He's committed treason against the American people and against America by trading secrets with one of America's biggest enemies. So yeah, that's what this video is about. That's what we just reacted to. Kind of wild. Meeks, how you doing? Wouldn't it be espionage? Well, to some extent, it might be espionage. It might be charged under the Espionage Act. There's a bunch of things that goes into this because I have it on reasonably good authority just based on everyone that I focus on. The US government, through the Defense Department, funds every AI company in America because every country wants to be first with AI. So AI is a big funding opportunity for the military. This would mean that Mark Zuckerberg took money from the United States government to develop their AI, then used that AI that they had developed with the money from the United States government and handed it to the Chinese. Gave the Chinese basically an American-funded project. So yeah, I sort of feel like Mark Zuckerberg is in big trouble. Big trouble. Might be wrong on that, but that's my sort of immediate thinking on this. I don't think it's going to be super good for the Zuck. And it was a long reaction. It was over 3 hours.
100 years ago, Americans did not eat as heavy breakfast as they do now. Breakfast in the 1920s was light, maybe a roll and some coffee, until one man's job was to get bacon on the plate. Edward Bernays, known as the father of public relations, faced the challenge, boosting bacon sales for the Beech Nut Packing Company. Bernays hypothesized that if you can understand psychology, then you can manipulate consumers' behaviors and choices, and his strategies are still employed by the meat industry today. Ironically, Bernays turned to physicians to make the argument for bacon. He asked his doctor if he could contact 5,000 other physicians to confirm that a heavier breakfast was better than a lighter one, and 4,500 doctors responded in agreement.
Newspapers throughout the country had headlines saying 4,500 physicians urge heavy breakfast. Many of them stated that bacon and eggs should be embodied with the breakfast, and as a result, the sale of bacon went up.
Bacon soon became part of a quintessentially American breakfast.
Can't believe my love of bacon was manufactured by a capitalist conspiracy.
Though these days, overall demand for pork is down 9% compared to 20 years ago, production is still up, and bacon sales remain strong, despite concerns over animal welfare and environmental impact. The U.S.
Now, this is where they lose me. I don't... Is it good to eat a heavy breakfast? I would say most of the research we have now shows no. Most of the research shows that the best way to eat is intermittently fasting. So you want to eat once a day, or at least through a very small window in a day. So let's say 16 hours of fasting, and then about 4 hours or so of eating, maybe. No more than that. And then the rest you want to fast again. Because based on all of the research now, it shows like that is the best health outcome. And it sort of tracks with our history. In history, we would not have had enough food to eat 3 or 6 meals a day. Where would you get all that food? in history, we would have walked for miles and miles and miles hunting, and when we got the food, get back to the village, cook it, eat it. Everyone sort of, so we would have been sort of on an intermittent fasting pretty much all the time, right? So yeah, I don't really mind this, to be fair. Bacon is good. Eggs isn't good. Like, screw that. That's absolute evil. But bacon is good. I like bacon. Bernays is Sigmund Freud's relative. Nice. Cutting all carbs and eating within small window. I lost 25 kgs. GM, great video. Hi, how you doing, brother? I thought he died. No carb. Yeah, the no carb is the thing that I still have to figure out. Carbs is good, dude. I love carbs. Holy shit. I have to push back. It's about calorie intake. Maybe in the long run, there is benefit, but there's no difference between fasting and restriction. Okay, eating what you explained. Leo Saunders, so where the research comes from is multiple studies, right? So just one of the studies here, but they've done human studies on this as well. They took mice and they basically created this sort of almost 21 different types of diets for all of the mice. This goes from a carnivore diet to a fully vegan diet to everything in between, right? So every single diet you can imagine. Calorie restrictions, no calorie restrictions, all of them. The one diet they found all of the mice to be the healthiest on was intermittent fasting. When the mice were only allowed to eat once a day and then eat whatever they want, so as much as they can eat, but for the rest of the day, they wouldn't eat anything. This was the healthiest diet for them. Human studies, which is a lot harder to conduct because, there's humans involved, but even human studies show this. Your body wasn't actually, like, it can, right? Your body can eat all the time if it has to, but it doesn't look like it's good for your body to constantly be digesting food. Your body is actually sort of most well oriented to eating about once a day, and the rest of the time digest the food, then go into resting. While it's resting, there's a number of healing processes that kick in. So your gut is healing, there's a buildup of bacteria, everything's sort of normalizing, and then you eat again, digesting stuff, and then there's a healing process again while you're not eating. So all of the research, at least, points to intermittent fasting being the best diet you can be on. From a health perspective, we know the benefits of fasting. So we know how good fasting is. After just 24 hours of fasting, your cells are literally starting to shed the old cells, replace them with brand new cells, heal a lot of cell damage. We see gut issues disappearing within 24 hours of fasting as the gut is starting to heal itself. The gut lining is starting to heal itself. So we know that fasting has significant health benefits. Intermittent fasting, while it's not long enough for all of the health benefits, still has a lot of benefits, because we know just not eating for 8 hours, you already have about a bunch of regenerative stuff that's happening in the body just with 8 hours of fasting. So anywhere from 8 to 16 hours of fasting is already a good thing. So the evidence appears to be relatively overwhelming for it, provided, of course, for the fact that it's very difficult for us to do human studies on this type of stuff. So it's more looking at what we know is good from a sort of fasting perspective. What happens in the body when you fast? Why is it good for the body? And then, of course, sort of impacting that, or what impact is there on the intermittent part of it?
Pork industry has a history of keeping pigs in crowded and inhumane conditions, with mother pigs often confined in crates and immobile. Pork production is also responsible for 14% of all food sector emissions, and the manure from the livestock pollutes our air and waterways. Health concerns also abound. Bacon is high in saturated fats, which can raise your cholesterol. Processed meats like bacon have been categorized by the World Health Organization as carcinogenic.
Okay, that's where the bullshit starts. These carcinogenic foods, dude, if you actually look at the foods that cause cancer and you look at how that research is done, it's all correlation studies. So they find a number of people that have cancer, and then they go, oh, these people eat a lot of pork. That means pork must give them cancer, right? It's that sort of study. They go a little bit deeper than that, but usually the studies are laughable at best because it's almost never actually replicated. Like you go to societies that eat a shit ton of pork, and you don't find necessarily higher rates of cancer than what you find in societies that don't eat a shit ton of pork. The cancer rates appear to be very similar. One thing we have found that is ridiculously interesting, and it also happens to fly in the face of shit like, pork creating or being cancerous, is cancer rates is very low in Japan and South Korea. They don't actually have a lot of cancer there. They happen to be some of the healthiest people in the world. It also happens to be some of the countries with some of the most natural food in the world. I mean, you think about the culture in Japan and even in South Korea, they have a massive street food culture where the food is sort of prepared on the go and you just grab and you go, right? So it's all naturally healthy, fresh foods that you just sort of consume. They don't have a massive sort of fake food culture like what we have, at least here in South Africa and in America, where almost all of the food is artificial. Most of the food there isn't artificial. So it appears, at least, as if it's mostly the artificial shit that's making us ill, not the food. Like normal food, we're more than equipped to deal with that. Tekla, so I actually saw a study. Here's something interesting that I didn't sort of know at the time, but there is a study that they did do that people might find somewhat interesting. So they took 40 people, divided them into two groups, 20 on the one side, 20 on the other side, and they gave a baseline of 5,000 calories a day. Now, anyone that's ever done any sort of calorie counting will know 5,000 calories is a shit ton of calories. Like that's a lot of food a day. The one group was on 5,000 calories, any type of food. It doesn't matter. Cupcakes, waffles, whatever you want to eat, right? Like store-bought, basically fast food meals. So anything that is easily made. You just pop it into the microwave and heat it up, and you have your food, right? So basically stacked with preservatives. The other group was given full natural. So super natural, but funnily enough, still food in packages. So they weren't asking them to cook with fresh veggies and still easily acquirable food, but the food didn't have preservatives in it. It didn't have ultra-processed stuff in it. It was just, healthier options, so to speak. And they were asking them to eat 5,000 calories a day. The first thing they found was the group on the natural food was finding it super difficult to eat 5,000 calories a day. Like they were struggling to get to 5,000 calories a day. Where oftentimes they would have to give them some sort of a dessert with some sugar just to make up to 5,000. Because they couldn't get to normal food. They couldn't get to 5,000. It was too much. The group on the ultra-processed were having a blast, right? 5,000, that's child's play. Then they swapped the groups. So after 2 weeks, they took the group on the ultra-processed stuff, moved them to the natural stuff, and the natural group to the processed stuff. Guess the results on both sides. In 2 weeks, the group, whichever group it was on the ultra-processed food, gained 2 pounds in 2 weeks. The group on the natural food, consuming 5,000 calories, lost 2 pounds. On both sides. So the extrapolation from the conclusion that they at least reached was preliminary, where they said it would appear that if you eat natural food, your body knows exactly what to do with excess energy. So if you consume 5,000 calories of natural food, your body will take the energy that it needs and just shed the energy that it doesn't. Because the body knows how the process is supposed to work. It knows how much energy it needs. It's not going to use more than what it requires. The second you include ultra-processed stuff, the ultra-processed ingredients confuses the body. The body doesn't know what to do with a lot of these ultra-processed elements, and so it just stores the fat. Because it sort of the ultra-processed ingredients overrides the body's natural processes. So all of the fat just sort of gets stored inside the body because the body doesn't understand what to do with all of this food because it's not actually proper food. So there is that was sort of very interesting. Leo, I will check it. I will see if I can find it. I was watching a talk from a guy about this. What was his name again? I saw him on that Diary of a CEO channel first. The guy was doing an interview with him because he wrote a book collecting all of these types of studies into a single book, where he was highlighting all of the different studies and how the studies play out and how the studies sort of show what we should be eating and what we shouldn't be eating. If I can find that video again, I'll link it to you, because it's not the video of the Diary of a CEO, but after I saw him, there was another video of his that popped into my YouTube feed where he was giving a talk at a university about this topic. And that's where he spoke about this study that showed it. He spoke about a shit ton of other studies as well, but I don't remember the specifics of them. This study, for some reason, just stood out to me. I was like, whoa, that's wild. Endocrine disruptors, probably an easy search. I can try. As you can imagine, searching that just brings up a bunch of YouTube influencers all telling you how to lose weight. I wonder if it's this guy. His face doesn't look that familiar to me. But I did watch this video, as you can see there. But I remember watching his video all the way to the end, though. I don't think it's this guy. Might be, but I don't think so. I find all of these random little topics, and then I just sort of deep dive into them for a couple of weeks, and then, well, not even a couple of weeks, couple of days, and then I get bored. So it's usually hard for me to even remember where I heard it. As someone once said, don't ask me how I know what I know, because if I knew how I knew everything that I know, I wouldn't have enough space to know everything that I know. I just sort of know stuff because I heard someone somewhere talk about it, or I deep dived into a topic, and then I just remember whatever the hell they were talking about. Call that magical etymology, pretty much. Like I can say, fasting for like 14 to 16 hours, but it is smoked. Or trust me, bro. Yeah, well, the trust me, bro wouldn't be my trust me, bro. Because I won't just say something because I thought of it. If I tell you I heard something, it's because I heard it somewhere. Or or I heard someone talk about it. It wasn't this guy either. I've watched this guy's videos before. Pretty interesting. I think this is the furthest I've ever been in YouTube search. Never scrolled down this far. Trying to see if there's I would know the hole that he was standing in, but I can't remember what the thumbnail looked like. I do watch Dr. Mike, but there are things that I disagree with Dr. Mike on. There are also studies they are working on how growth hormones and preservatives are affecting human evolution, genetic code, and DNA. For example, high fructose corn syrup is actually imprinted on our DNA to where a percentage of our DNA in the US is corn. Wait, Meeks, what? That's insane. Leo, you didn't interrupt anything. I'm just hanging out, talking to you guys. So I don't mind dealing with this. See if you go... Wait a second. I wonder if this could work. I think it's this video. I think it's this video.
Well, thank you all very much for coming. I'm impossible.
That is this video. Here you go. I found it. No, this specific one isn't a TED Talk. He's talking at the Royal Institution. The harsh reality of ultra-processed food with Chris Van Tolken. You can grab your DNA, mostly hair right now. Mostly hair, but there is one unconcluded study that did a blood sample and can tell how much of your diet is corn and corn-based products. I do sort of wonder about the whole corn syrup thing in America. I'm not going to lie to you. There's it's very wild to me that corn syrup is this. Dude, sugar isn't expensive. Like, normal cane sugar is not expensive. It's super cheap. You can buy, like, normal cane sugar in the store for, like, 20, 30 bucks. Not even. That's rand. So you'd be able to pick it up for, like, $1 for 2 kilos. Probably more. But somehow corn syrup has become this crazy thing in the United States of America, which to me just seems like an absolute... Like, why the hell are Americans eating that? Because for normal sugarcane, the process of extracting the sugar from the sugarcane is pretty easy, right? It's literally just extracting because the sweetness is already there. You're just extracting all of the moisture and then dehydrating it to the point where all that's left is the sugar, right? The solids, because all the water has been removed from it. It's that simple. Whereas the creation of corn syrup is one hell of a process to extract the syrup from the corn. I know, so I actually do know why corn syrup is such a big thing in the United States of America. And surprise, surprise, it's once again the fault of the government. So I think it was during either the Great Depression or it may have been slightly after that. The US government, in an attempt to sort of save farmers, started with a subsidy program where they were subsidizing farmers to basically grow corn, because corn is a very cheap and resourceful, or a source of carbs, right? You can make a lot of stuff with corn, and it's pretty easy to grow. You can even in some places grow it year round. So they started investing in that, and there were major subsidies for corn farmers. The issue is that this exploded the corn. Like, every farmer suddenly just started growing corn because the government is basically paying them whether the corn is needed or not. So even if you are producing way more corn than what the market needs, the government will still pay you for it. So what soon happened was that now America had so much corn that it didn't know what the hell to do. Like, most of this corn cannot be bloody eaten, right? And so in order to not waste the corn, they started to look into alternative uses for it. What else could we make with corn? And so corn syrup was born. And then there was a concerted push to replace sugar with corn syrup in the minds of Americans. So rather than using sugar, you would use corn syrup and everything. And that's how corn syrup became this thing that is now sort of available everywhere in America. Whereas here in South Africa, and we also grow a shit ton of corn in South Africa, by the way. It's not as if corn isn't wildly available here. The difference is, if you want to get corn syrup in South Africa, it's usually in the international section, and it comes in these tiny little bottles. Very expensive. Tiny little bottles, and that's what you have, right? And you could buy it, but no one really does, because you could just buy sugar or brown sugar that will do the same thing as corn syrup. So why does it matter? Is American food? Wait, really? Because peanut butter here is pretty cheap as well. But then again, we also grow a shit ton of peanuts here. I'm not sure if South Africa actually has its own sugarcane. I know there are places where sugarcane grows naturally here, but I don't know if there's massive sugarcane South Africa's sugar industry, a significant agricultural sector, primarily focused on sugarcane production in KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga province, and with 14 mills and 25,000 registered growers. Yeah, okay, so we grow a shit ton of sugarcane, by the way. Hey, look at that. We grow a lot of sugarcane. On average, 2.2 million tons of sugar are produced annually, with at least 70% marketed within the Southern African Customs Union, and the remainder exported. I love peanuts. I hate peanut butter. They just don't import it over here on these specialized stores, and European PB is way too oily and doesn't match US PB. The oily stuff is real, just to be fair. Like, if you get peanut butter in the store that doesn't have an oil layer on top, you're not buying real peanut butter. You're either buying peanut butter with a shit ton of preservatives in it that stops the splitting of the oils and the solids, right? So that's not healthy peanut butter. Or you're buying an artificial product that just has peanut butter flavor and maybe some peanut butter flakes in it, right? Because natural peanut butter will split. The oil will go to the top, right? It physically won't stay in. Like, you can make your own peanut butter and you can check that. Just throw it into a food processor and start processing it for, I think it takes 15 to 20 minutes. It first goes very fine, then it becomes sort of like almost like a type of dry paste, and as you continue to go, the oils start to release, and then it becomes peanut butter. When I say way too oily, I mean there is a lot of oil. Yeah, you have to mix it in. You have to mix it in. For decades, the Caribbean has been the behemoth of sugarcane farming, and in the US, the South is where cane grows, but the South also has peanuts, pecans, and cotton that complete the agricultural landscape and farming, and all four of those are pretty restricted to the southern US due to climate, just like citrus only grows in Florida due to the climate. This is all outdoor farming, though, not including greenhouses. Yeah, but I mean, does the South not produce enough sugarcane for the whole of America? Are you sure? Okay. In the United States, sugarcane is primarily produced in Florida, Louisiana, and Texas, with Florida being the largest producer. These states, along with Hawaii, account for most of the country's sugarcane acreage and sugar production. While the U.S. produces significant amounts of sugar from sugarcane, it also relies on imports to meet consumer demand. Major producers, Florida, Louisiana, Texas, and Hawaii, are the main sugarcane production. Florida dominance, imports, despite U.S. production. Okay, so the U.S. produces approximately 9 million tons of sugar annually, with sugarcane contributing a significant portion, 40 to 45%. Oh, okay, that makes sense, because in South Africa, we produce about 22 million tons. So South Africa has... But how could that be? Could it just be that because you guys use corn syrup so much, there's just not currently really a market for farmers to try and fulfill? So farmers just don't really go into it? Because, I mean, KwaZulu-Natal is pretty large, but it is nothing compared to the states of the United States. And KwaZulu-Natal also does bananas. And pretty much every other tropical fruit. So tell me, so there's one thing I hate about America, but also one thing I'm really looking forward to with moving to America. And that is, I will finally, once I live in America, be able to eat the good food. So one of the things that I'm hoping Trump's tariffs finally do in South Africa is force South African farmers to sell their good food to South Africans. So you guys know how you will oftentimes buy sort of onions. Like I've seen American onions and then it's like this bloody big, right? It's like a bloody onion. The onions we buy in South Africa is this big. It's like this small. That's big actually. That's like a big onion in South Africa. It's about this size. Right? About that size. It's a big onion. And I spoke to a friend of mine who works with farmers, like large producers. They build a machine. It's a French company that builds a machine here that farmers use to sort their fruits and veggies. And he explained to me, the machine basically looks at 3 types of fruits and veggies. The one type is the type that goes for export. These are the big ones, the juicy ones, the nutritious ones. They go for export. The machine uses a combination of AI and weighing mechanics to figure out, and all of that fruit goes on a truck and it goes straight to export. It never comes to the market in South Africa. Like not a single place in South Africa can stock that. They won't sell it here because they'll lose money. Then you have the middle track. Listen to this. The middle track is the fruit that goes for preservatives. It's sort of deformed. It's not great, but you know, it can go for preservatives. Then you get to the low track. This is stuff that isn't thrown away. That's the stuff that comes to the South African market. So basically the shit that otherwise they wouldn't be able to do anything with, saying, I'll give that to the South Africans, let them eat this shit. While the rest of the world eats all our good stuff. Like, I've been so frustrated. I'll see American beef, and then you guys have steak, and there's like little bits of marbling in it. It's so beautiful. And I asked my dad, I was like, dude, you farm with cows. Like, you have cattle, you ranch. You guys call it ranching, right? We just call it farming. But you ranch. Would you mind explaining to me why the hell our cows don't retain fat inside the meat? Why isn't it marbled? And he was like, no, of course it's marbled. I'm like, well, I've never seen one of those steaks. The steak that I see is red with a little bit of fat on the side. My dad's like, yeah, because the good parts get exported. If a steak has marbling in it, that steak's not being sold here. Why would they do that? That goes straight on the ships to the other countries. You get whatever beef is left. The shitty stuff with the sinew and crap. It is very annoying. Kimmy, you guys may have a lot of crap food, but you also have a lot of good food. Don't lie. When you go to your supermarket, there are places in the supermarket that sell good, natural, healthy foods. Yes, your aisles for the bad food is also large. I get that. But you do have fresh veggies. You do have fresh meats. All of that stuff does exist there. I do like butchers. But even here in South Africa, most of the butchers are also pretty shit. And again, this isn't accounting for greenhouse growth because it's scale, meaning market demand for 330 million people here. Greenhouse growth is a drop in the bucket. A good example of this in Canada. Canada, ironically, they don't grow enough produce because they can't, because they are cold AF 60% of the year. That crop can't grow, and the greenhouse production they have doesn't even produce enough for a quarter of their country. So they import produce from the US. Well, not anymore, because now apparently they're blocking all of the imports, or at least the Canadians are saying that they won't eat American products. So I don't know where Canada's getting their food now. Apple, so the reason I don't really care about so people sort of complain about the chicken because it's chlorine washed in the US. I'm not sure I care, because most of the water you drink throughout the world goes through a chlorine process to destroy the harmful bacteria and stuff before the chlorine is filtered out and sort of left. The other reason I wouldn't be so worried about it, it's not as if the chicken in the US is brined in chlorine water. It's literally just sprayed and then dried off, right? They're not trying to like get the chlorine to really go into the meat. They're just trying to destroy the bacteria on top. But I'm sure you can get chicken in the United States that isn't chlorine washed if that is something you worry about. I would say, though, if you're worried about chlorine, you should also never swim again, because every swimming pool in the world is treated with chlorine. So when you jump into that swimming pool, you're basically swimming in the same water that presumably you think the chicken is going in. So that's just getting all over your skin and in your skin. Turkeys are the size of pterodactyls. There are no natural food birds that can get that freaking big. It's kind of scary. A turkey breast can be the size of a beef roast. Yeah, but aren't turkeys already very large, though? Tekla, what do you mean there's something wrong with their products? How we can make big turkeys? No, I agree with you. I don't like turkey. I cooked it once, and the flavor is weird. Like, it doesn't taste like a bird, which is weird to me. Massive year from chick to adult, 6 weeks. 97% chicken is most certainly fine to consume. Beef just requires salt, maybe pepper at most. Yeah, but you do know why chicken is so flavorless, right? It's by design. It was done for restaurants. So a normal farm chicken, so a chicken that you have on the farm, and I know because I've eaten it before, farm chicken, if you're not used to it, is horrendous. I remember the first time I had a farm chicken, I spat it out. I was like, this is rancid. You can't eat this. Because it has flavor. It has a shit ton of flavor. Because it's eating worms and it's sort of enjoying its life, and all of that nutrients and shit goes right into the meat. The problem for restaurants were they didn't want to deal with that. They wanted a type of protein that would serve as a vehicle for flavor. So whatever spices and brines I want to put on this is what I want people to be able to taste, not the meat. And so what we did is we started to genetically, well, not genetically, but we started to carefully rebalance what chickens eat for commercial use, to the point where we nailed their food intake to foods that does not impart flavor to their meat. So it's not that they do stuff to the chickens, it's that the chickens don't eat food that they're supposed to be eating. So you're eating a type of meat that has no nutrients in it. Because the chickens are eating foods that don't provide them with all the nutrients that they require, so the meat doesn't really correspond to that. Leo, even the claim of free reign or free roam chicken or whatever the hell they want to call it is not true, right? Most of your free range chickens that you have, yeah, they walk around not inside a pen, but they still get fed by the farmer. Most people don't even know this, but chickens are actually carnivores. Like, if you leave a chicken, they'll eat worms, they'll eat meat. They don't naturally, like, they'll eat seeds too if they're really starving. But if they have a choice, they'd rather eat meat. But we don't feed them meat because that's when they don't taste well. Clean, how you doing? Also, this is the US. The US does selective breeding on most meat animals, so that factors can be found, such as high meat production, high milk yield. Chicken food is often a mix of stuff. Turkeys eat a shit ton of ticks. I have free-range eggs. They aren't even marked for sale like those in the shop. There is a showcase running at the moment. What showcase is it, Clean? When you unload the chicks at the housing in 6 weeks, then catchers come and collect them, and they go to Tyson's for processing. They will pick the eyes out of a rabbit if you put them in the same pen together. Chickens are cruel. Yeah, they're little bastards, those things. Triple I or something. Don't know who that is. Free range just means they have an open door and access to the outside. It does not mean they actually can go out. Yeah, to be fair, I think free range is one of those brilliant things that just owned the libs, so to speak. Because once they told the liberals, hey, let's go, we have free range chickens, the liberals were like, oh, yeah, great. Everything free range is better, right? Without ever asking, really? You think those are the good ones? But you're allowed to charge a hell of a lot better. We have a store here that only sells free range everything. And I have the inside scoop on this. So all of their food is labeled free range. All of their food labeled free range. I know the lady who works at the factory that produces their sausages. You know, like their hot dogs, which you guys call hot dogs, what we call Viennas. I know the lady who works at the factory that produces the hot dogs for this store. It's the same hot dogs that they produce for their own brand and for every other brand in the country. All of the brands get their hot dogs from this one factory. Obviously, they have their own specialized recipe. So the brands go to this sort of mass factory. They give them a recipe. This factory then builds a production line, uses that recipe in order to make the food. And I said, well, surely Woolworths is free range, right? Their meat's different. I said, no, all the meat is exactly the same. It gets divided and then it goes through a recipe mixed in with a bunch of spices and it goes out. So you're buying this free range sausage from this market, but it's the same bloody sausage that you will buy everywhere else. It just has a different recipe in it. I wouldn't be surprised if that's literally free range everywhere. Just a bunch of bullshit. Where I'm from doesn't even have any meat in it. Let's see.
I carry a searing flame that has flickered.
So this is the Triple I initiative. Looks interesting. What game is this, though? Rogue, Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core. All right. Closed alpha starting soon. Tears of Metal.
Not just men. We are one people, bound by courage, not fear. They came to our land, seeking the power of a foe in stone. Today we stand and fight for the right to live free!
Braveheart, let's go.
Hold the line!
This looks like almost like a Vampire Survivors type game. Looks almost like Vampire Survivor type thing.
You've got nowhere left to run.
Heresy isn't a myth or a bedtime yarn. It's real. It's dangerous. It's what we fight against.
The demons above, the beasts below.
And the heretics within.
You have everything it takes to really help Antioch.
What do you want us to do?
I won't lie to you. We're in a crisis.
That's life in the bishops. The apocalypse is always a couple of days away. You'll get used to it. Just remember that when you're a bishop and the difficult choices come,
Save yourself. Abandon false God.
There are laws even gods cannot violate.
Okay. For Triple I games. We get it. Let's see. Endless Legend 2. City Builder. Tell me this is City Builder. Looks like a city builder, boys. Looks like my new game.
Many things. I have been many things. God. Wanderer. But the names I have had are nothing compared to those I will soon earn. I carry a searing flame that has flickered yet never extinguished, and an iron mantra that cannot be broken. The waiting will soon be over.
Very beautiful. Wow. It does look like not Age of Empires Civilization-esque, but maybe a little bit more involved. Oh, yes. Okay. Guys, we just found our next game.
World premiere.
Fake fish. By the creators of Barotrauma. I don't know what that game is. Oh man, this looks like a scary game. I don't like scary games. Oh, you're on a train and you have to keep stopping in order to get resources. Wait, I think this is a South African company, if I'm not mistaken. Because I remember there's a South African company that came up with this concept of you are on a train. It is a survival game, but you're on a train and you're trying to build up this train and upgrade your weapons and survive. So you basically, the whole concept is you're on this. The train is your home base. Yeah, it's not scary. That is scary. Frost Trails. Man, I don't like platformers. I don't know why. I can't get immersed in games like this. So weird. Moonlighter 2. Oh, what the hell is this? Some kind of mining city builder kind of game. Starbirds. Okay. I might play this actually. Escape. Every puzzle holds a clue. Every door hides a secret. New room. So this is what? This is escape room, basically, the game? Escape Simulator 2. Okay. Those games tend to be cool if you have friends that you're playing with. How to be homeless. Is this hippie simulator? Outbound. Okay. Dive into the world of ruin. Survive in Embervale. Build your kingdom. Choose your weapon. Thralls of Twilight. Enshrouded. Dude, wait, what? Unleash unstoppable power. Is this the next expansion for Enshrouded? It's the next expansion for Enshrouded. Wait, when they say build your kingdom, are they finally going to give you people that do the work for you and you don't have to do it yourself anymore? Oh, here we go. I'm not going to hear the end of this bullshit. I don't want to hear it, Z Vengeance. I don't want to hear it. I don't care, Z Vengeance. I don't care. I don't care. It's all fine. It's good. Don't worry. I'm not even looking at chat at the moment. You organized this, didn't you? This is your doing. This is your doing. You spoke to them and said, give us a video here. We need Aklon to play this. Yeah, but here's the thing, and I'll answer two questions at once here. You asked what happened to the ant game. The same thing that happened to the beaver game Timberborn. The ant game, I tried it out just to see if I would actually like it on stream. I ended up hating it, and here's why. There's no story. There's no reason for why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm just asked to build. Not why, not like there's no reason for me to build other than just go build stuff. I hate that. I need a little bit of a story. There needs to be some kind of reason for why I'm building what I'm building. Otherwise, what am I doing? So that's why I didn't play Timberborn, and that's why I'm not playing the ant game, because there's no. I need a story. Tell me what am I doing, even if it's a stupid story. It doesn't have to be a good story. Just tell me my cousin wants to screw my sister, so I'm building a kingdom to stop my cousin from screwing my sister. That's a story. Let's go. I will build this city. Lots of platformers. Holy crap. The indie titles really do like their platformers, no? Platformers or 2D sort of roguelikes.
Pick up your camera. Show me what you truly see.
I need to head up that mountain. My home's up there.
That's not exactly walking distance.
Sorry for dragging you on this trip.
Well, I can't let a kid go up there alone.
They say I'm fading away.
If anyone should be gone, it's failures like me. Not someone with their whole life ahead.
Hey! Every star up there is a flame.
If there's a god in the fire, would they see the moments that we capture?
Even the ones that show what's in our hearts.
Hotel Galactic.
Hey kiddo, when you make it back, I hope.
Yeah, this is a big skip for me.
Even when your best isn't enough, try to stay brave.
I'll skip this one.
If there's something you want to keep, capture it so it stays.
Okay. Blacksmith Master. We're back on this, boys. I think I can play this. Yeah, this looks like my type of game. I'll play that. Any sort of chaining is good for me.
You have all dreamed of peace, yet it was nothing more but an illusion.
Isn't this Avatar?
That is about to shatter.
Get wrecked, berries.
Look at how you struggle. So pathetic. So foolish.
Hey, it's the Tauren. And the Undead. The Forsaken.
Can bring you comfort.
No! Wait, no, wait. No, wait. You guys can't just rip that off. Like, what are you doing? If this was an orc, it would be a straight up ripping off of the Shadowlands trailer. Like, holy shit.
We will be your salvation. Don't resist your greatest desire. Embrace.
Heroes of Might and Magic, Olden Era. Doesn't look bad, actually. Oh, what is this now? These games are super fun if you just want some time to kill. Chuck, yeah, they're some of the indie games usually. Another Deep Rock Galactic game. Wow.
Wee, not too shabby.
It's the 1.0 release.
Okay, let's go through all of this once again. We have 3 days before the sun rises and burns everything to ash.
Oh.
We're stuck in front of a giant river of lava.
Oh, I know this game.
If we want to survive, we need to act now.
This is the Altars.
We stick to the plan.
Yeah.
Focus on researching.
I told you guys I want this game. I want this game. It's called the Altars.
A bridge to cross the river.
Unless they changed the name.
Fix the broken base modules, create radiation filters, gather resources, and rupidium to create more alternative versions of ourselves. Are you sure they'll accept who they are? I can't worry about that right now. I need them to survive. The technician will help me fix the base, the miner can mine resources, while the botanist will provide food. We need more space to fit everyone. And besides, the miner has destructive tendencies, while the botanist is still in love with your ex-wife. The plan will work, okay? I'm heading outside.
Called Altars. The Altars. It's really cool.
And dangers that I need to handle. Don't get yourself killed out there. This base needs you to operate. That's what I have my altars for. Work isn't everything. You can't ignore their personal needs. Sometimes I feel like everything here is personal. How's that bridge going? I'm working on it. The technology I need should be in the database somewhere. Oh, come on. We don't have forever. Actually, we only have 1 day. And right now, the botanist is calling your wife. Let me talk to her. The technician is inciting a rebellion, and the miner, he just hacked his arm off. This arm is yours, not mine. What about the goddamn bridge? Yes, about that. We can't build it. The technology I need, it only existed in my life path. Maybe in this life path. We might still have some time.
So the altars, and this is why I'm so looking forward to this game. It's a base colony sim type game. The only difference is the colony that you're simming are different versions of yourself. So you choose a different life path, decisions that you would make in your life, and then there's different decisions that you didn't make. But you can create parts of yourself based on those decisions and then try to figure out what is the best personality traits based on other decisions that then allows you to, for example, build miner or build a botanist or build a scientist or whatever the case may be. But each of these decisions will have severe impacts on the game and how the game actually plays out. And all of this needs to happen in terms of sort of single days because the sun on this planet that you're on will destroy that big wheel that you're in. So you have to get the wheel moving, collect all of the resources you can, and get the wheel moving so that you can go to the dark side of the planet again before the sun rises. So you sort of have to play in these sort of 3-day windows effectively. Before the sun comes up again, and then you have to move before the sun comes up and set up a new base and go out again and strip resources again. So that's sort of the idea behind the game. It's a really cool concept. Welcome back, Caleb. Oh, it's a racing game. Okay. I was wondering what this is, actually. Dude, if this game is good, it's going to take over Twitch again.
When the journey gets tough, who'll answer the call? There was a time when adventure called to something deeper in us. Over the Hill beckons you back to those forgotten days when the journey itself was the destination. Find your grip as tires fight for precious traction on wild and untamed paths, where the earth welcomes you with its embrace, leaving its mark on metal and memory alike. In a world that's forgotten how to wander, find friends who share the same memories and the same desire to relive these moments of beautiful struggle, once commonplace, now precious and rare. Crest each summit to glimpse vistas untouched by the hurried world below. Frame these moments like Polaroids from a simpler time.
There's people that like games like this.
More than just metal and rubber, because out here, they have a soul. When a friend struggles, we don't leave them behind. We pause, we lend a winch, and we get through it together.
The hell is all this? Ever played Firewatch? It's a walking simulator with nice graphics like this. I've never played Firewatch now. Hitbox Triple I is I think a publisher of indie games specifically. At least that's my sort of, that's the idea I'm getting from this.
In a universe more than 10 years in the making, a universe of strange and alien worlds, and some that feel a little more familiar. Something big is about to happen.
What?
A living universe where you decide your fate. From exploring the stars to commanding fleets, from mining, trading, and warfare, to building an empire that stands the test of time. And in a galaxy where power shifts, alliances matter. This summer, in X4 Foundations.
Oh wow, I thought this game no longer existed actually.
PC is about to evolve. Diplomacy will finally be an option.
Over the years, more and more players have embraced X4, not just as a first-person space sim, but as a deep, strategic, empire-building experience. We are very excited to today announce the X4 Diplomacy update for later this year. For the first time in the X series history, you will be able to negotiate, forge alliances, broker truce, and shape the fate of the universe. Not just through war, but through diplomacy. Will you seek peace, or power, or total dominance? The choice is finally yours.
Doesn't look too bad actually. What kind of soccer game is this now? I mean, I wonder, do you think they're going after FIFA? Yeah, it looks a little rough around the edges, actually.
Dancing in darkness. I don't feel like doing this today. I just want to sit inside and play video games.
Exactly. The hell kind of game is this? Oh, wow. Okay, I did not expect this, but all right. This looks almost like Vampire Survivors, but with rockets and shit. It is Vampire Survivors. Okay. Emerald Diorama. Okay.
They call them Easy-Rack.
Wait, I need to go to the bathroom, man. I'm gonna piss myself. I'll be right back.
Gentlemen, we are dealing with someone here who has absolutely no life.
always about the ooh, sometimes it's about the ara.
Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
How do I reach these kids? I reached these kids.
Maybe that'll learn you to keep your big mouth shut.
Can I get a
China. All right, here we go. Back.
Oh, I
And
just
you guys
started getting
have
a clue.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, I'm totally getting a clue.
That is so many sound
that's giving me a
cues.
clue.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah, I've got a raging clue right now.
What? That's nuts, dude.
have arrived.
That is nuts.
It's alive, but they ain't dead neither. Shadows, eyes burning like the devil's own fire. If you hear their whispers, run.
They really do like their cutesy games.
They lurk in the dark, wander too deep, and you're theirs. Shh. Quiet now. They're close.
Oh, what is this? Oh, wow. Shapes too. That's a lot of logistics. Yeah, I'm not a fan of pure logistic games. Like I said, there needs to be a story. There needs to be something that gives me a reason to logistic or to organize logistics. Oh, and this looks good. Isn't it that V game? V Rising? Yeah. Gave me V Rising vibes. I wanted to say. This looked like V Rising. New expansion, I'm assuming. Oakvale. Oh, building game. Another competitor to RimWorld, is it? Is Victoria 3 good, Alistar? What the hell is that? What is it called? I can't read that. What's that called? Nassis. Okay.
My star. Going back sounds tempting, doesn't it? But if we're always looking back, we'll miss everything the present has for us.
Ramzuki, how you doing, brother? Dyslexic because I can't read the letters, sure. But I could read it when you guys typed it. Platformers, man. I mean, it looks like a cool game. It's just not my type of game. I'm paying attention. What's this? Scream juice. Oh shit, it's Raiden. This is definitely a Chinese or a Japanese company. Or maybe even Korean. They like this sort of anime style combat bullshit. Oh yeah, Alistar, yeah. Clip this and get it up as quickly as possible.
Konnichiwa, Nishiki Yasunori です。僕は最近 The Eternal Life of Goldman の作曲チームに加わりました。でも、もしかすると
So if you're asking if you're a composer, then how come there's no music?
作曲家なのにどうして音楽がない？それが
That's the whole problem. I haven't written anything yet.
何も作ってないんですよ。このゲームは
The game takes on such complex topics and mixes so many ideas. I'm a little lost.
正直少し迷子になってます。
Have no fear, Yasunori. I was in your shoes not long ago, but then I remembered. In the abyss of chaos, you can always grab onto the strongest thing there is. Love! The events leading to the eternal life of Goldman are a tragic love story. So just try to imagine what a broken heart sounds like.
And wherever there's love, there's death. This game mixes ancient tales and legends with religious motifs. A bold ensemble that gives us a glimpse into the darkest corners of the human soul. Imagine the sound of a sinner's knees trembling before the Last Judgment.
That's all well and good, kids, but let's not forget, the eternal life of Goldman is, first and foremost, a cutthroat video game. And what's music supposed to do in a cutthroat video game? Get the pulse going so hard in your temples, you have a stroke.
なるほど。ありがとうみんな。なんとなくつかめてきたよ。ちょっとじゃあやってみましょう。こんな雰囲気とかどうでしょう。
I've seen it, felt it. This fierce anger, ruthless curse. And I didn't protect her. If she's alive, we've got a chance.
Hey, I'll find her.
It's this fireman simulator.
What the hell is this? Stay back!
He came down from the summit.
Into the fire. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's some kind of rescue. Oh, damn, Johnny. Pay your dates. Huh? Wait, is this just a gambling simulator? What the hell?
No gambling.
Okay, I guess that's a game.
Bama, what's your emergency? People on the street. Hello? Sir? I can't hear you. Hello? They are burning.
What kind of game is this?
The visitors before it's too late.
What kind of game is that? That's weird.
Welcome subject 1473. Connection to the project has been established. Compliance confirmed. Subject 1473. Outcome confirmed as death. First restart required.
You remain secure within the program.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like a Tron Ace kind of game.
The program thanks you for your unwavering support.
Void Breaker. And that's a wrap. No, that won't work. Dude, everything. This is. There are so many weird games here. Some of these games were pretty cool. Some of these games, not so much. It was a bit of a, like... I mean, I like the fact that there was no unnecessary talking. It was just sort of game. Let's go. Some of these games were just awkward. So this is what Triple I means. It's an initiative of a bunch of smaller indie studios all working together, I'm assuming. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, it seems like what they do is they're sort of a because usually stuff like these showcases, you need a lot of money to put it on and to sort of get it out there. And also, if you're a small indie studio, you're not going to be able to do a showcase. Like, what are you showcasing? You're a small indie studio. So I'm assuming from this perspective, it's more a case of they get to showcase their games, even though they're not from the same publishers or working with the same publishers, but they do get to showcase their own games. And that's nice. That's a cool move. I like some Annapurna games when it comes to indie. Was Ubisoft on the list? Oh, yeah. Ubisoft was actually there. Why would Ubisoft be on a list with a bunch of indie studios? But then again, it is Ubisoft publisher. So it might be that, and I know Ubisoft does publish some indie games. You know, so it might be that these are games. So you have THQ, for example, here. You have Ubisoft. And you even have, for example, 11-Bit Studios. 11-Bit Studios is an indie developer, but they're not small. Like, 11-Bit Studios, as far as indie developers go, is actually quite a massive studio. But I imagine it's more maybe joining in order to be able to help, right? So because there's so many really small studios in there, they join to sort of throw their weight behind and also get their games out there. And then for Ubisoft and for THQ Nordic, I would imagine some of the games that you have even Devolver Digital on here, which is also massive, right? So it might just be that some of the really small games where big marketing budgets doesn't make sense. Like any sort of marketing you want to do, you're going to need a budget. And if you're Ubisoft and you're, say, publishing a really tiny platformer, do you really want to put $1 million of budget behind the marketing of that game? So this is the initiative where those games can still be seen as part of the initiative, as part of the showcase, without having to do like crazy amounts of money into the sort of marketing of the game. I like it. I think it's fine. They do say that we can stay behind for some behind-the-scenes footage and exclusive gameplay, but I don't think I want to see that. I like the fact that the games were announced, but yeah, not a single one of these games really blow me away to the point where I would want to see behind-the-scenes footage of it. Would you like to see some of the funny things you can do in Path of Exile 2 now with the new update? Ramzuki, not really. I haven't even played Path of Exile 2 for a while. Like I'm still not at max level with that game. I sort of got distracted into other things, and now I'm doing other things first. What's new, though? Wait, what update does Schedule 1 have? Oh, it had an update. What was the update? Here we go. The wait is finally over. Schedule 1 is now available on Steam. What was your update? Here we go. Is this just future? This is April 10th. This is today. No? Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Pawn shop, fancy stuff, and more. The first content update for Schedule 1 is here. This update includes a functional pawn shop, boutique store, wall decorations, and more. Check out the full patch list below. Sorry, the update is a bit later than expected. I'm still ironing out the update testing process. Things will be running a lot smoother and on time when I do larger monthly updates starting next month. Added Blue Ball's boutique interior and functionality. Added the pawn shop interior functionality. You can now sell pretty much anything, excluding product, to make at the pawn shop. Added a wooden sign, metal sign, wall-mounted shelf, safe, antique wall lamp. Added All Man Jimmy's whiskey, liquor, a bunch of other stuff. A toilet, pre-owned, golden toilet. Then you have the tweaks, improved the counter offer product selection interface, improved phrasing for customer recommendation dialogue, increased jar stack size to 20, added some extra null checks and validity checks. Supplier meeting icons in the map now include the supplier's name, remove the cooldown timer for requesting a meeting with a supplier. Time skips, example sleeping, now affect the supplier meeting countdown. Bug fixes. My next focus will be on making sure employees are working consistently and without issue, preventing safe games, minimizing disconnection. Okay, pretty cool. This is a big one. The pawn shop is actually a really big change. The premise was not 5k calories, but rather eat what you want. Normal diet ended up eating 2.5k calories, while the processed foods was 3.5k calories on average. You can say, Leo, so you found the actual study. Let's check it out. Let's sell some weed. Profile, it's 7 o'clock at night. I still have to make food, bro. I live in South Africa. And I also have to work in the morning. So I can't be too late because I have to shoot the podcast tomorrow. So if I'm up for too long, I'm gonna struggle tomorrow. But I do want to play more Schedule 1 at some point. I also want to play because I downloaded both of these games last night. And we still have to play these games. Show you now. We have to play this. So Commandos. Here we go. We have to play Commandos. I think we'll play that tomorrow. Try it out at least because it's a new game. Commandos Origins. This is a blast from my childhood. I played so much Commandos when I was young. So I'm really looking forward to this, Commandos. And then I want to try this game. I don't know what it's about, but apparently it's good. Yeah, Sniper Elite. I don't know if it's good or not, but from what I've seen, people say it's good. Zerati, how you doing, bro? So it's literally just sniping things. That's the whole premise of the game. You just snipe stuff. Enemy players, sniper in that game. There's missions. Oh, I like that. I do like that. You get bullet cam. I don't care about bullet cam. I like the sneaking part and the sniping part. The bullet cam I couldn't give two craps about. Like, who cares about that? I just want to snipe some people. I haven't played it in a while, but I'm mostly looking forward to this. Commandos Origins. This is the game I'm mostly looking forward to. Because if they nailed it, it's everything I want. Because the original Commandos was so good. Like, so good. Those of you that don't know, you don't know. You don't know. Then you can't know. There's no way of knowing. But if you didn't play Commandos as a child, you missed so much as a child. Like, so much of what is brilliant about childhood. You just missed. I remember the mini submarine mission, sinking the battleship. I'll never forget the mission that I probably struggled with the most. At least it's the mission that I remember the best. Is you start in a rubber dinghy boat thing, and then there's bombs in the water. I think it was Commandos 2, actually. There's these bombs, landmines in the water, and then you have to swim to the shore, and you have to infiltrate this sort of Nazi base, and sort of I think you have to disarm the water mines so that you can move through. And then you have to sneak up on these stairs, and you have all of these different patrols that you have to time just right. And I was little, so I couldn't figure it out. I was just like, dude, how do you get up here? Because as soon as I get up on the stairs, one of them sees me. And then I realized, probably like a week or two later, wait, I have a sniper that's on the boat. I should use the sniper to take out one of the people so that I can get up. So then I finally got through it. Is daar iemand? I'll never forget that. That was the pinnacle. As soon as they thought they saw you, is daar iemand? Oh man, so the original Commando game laying here, dude. That game was such a blast. Such a blast. Ugh. What's my chat filter doing to you, Tekla? And I don't really have a chat filter. It's YouTube that filters the chat. I don't really have, at least not on YouTube. YouTube has their own moderation. I have a chat bot on Twitch, though. The toy game looks so cool. I wish it was it was mainstream. But let me say bollocks. Well, you're saying bollocks now. Is it this mission? Let me see.
In summer 1944, a contingent of nearly 3 million Allied troops are gathered in southern England under the command of General Eisenhower. They are ready to begin Operation Overlord, the definitive attack over the European continent. Exhaustive preparations take place in the midst of an absolute secret. Meanwhile, at the other side of the English Channel, General von Rundstedt awaits the attack from the heavily fortified coasts. The commanders will be among the first to land. Their mission, to weaken coastal defenses and destroy supply lines. Everybody is waiting for Eisenhower to decide on the final issue, the precise day of the landings in Normandy, the D-Day. The battleship Bismarck, the jewel of the Kriegsmarine, had been a submarine.
Yeah, I think it's this one.
Must bring it close to the battleship.
No, it's not this one.
Launch one torpedo against the forward section of the hull.
Then no, it's not this one.
Boat to get southwards to the buoy.
No, this is one of them. This is another mission, but no, it's not this mission. But this game was insane, dude. Like, being the commando, trying to figure this stuff out. Oh, man. So good. So good. It was, and the problem is, it should be so easy to do again, and yet I've never really seen anyone try to replicate this again, which is a little sad. But hey, it's what it is. Hopefully, this new Commandos brings the fire, so to speak. Hopefully, well, we can only hope. All right, boys, I'm gonna go make food. I'm hungry. And I'm probably going to be cooking for the next 2 hours before I finally get to eat. Tomorrow I'll be doing podcast from probably like 11 to 1-ish, maybe 2. We usually go longer. So you guys know on Fridays I usually start stream later because I first have to finish all of that, see if there's any videos to make, and then when the videos are done, I'll be on. But I will definitely be here tomorrow, even if it is just much later. I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. I hope you had fun. We managed to watch one of the most insane congressional Senate hearings, I think, ever. And of course, we saw a nice gaming showcase, so it was super fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be good to each other, be kind to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.